with this. Come and run again. We want a dose of this. Right now it's KD8. I'm a goddess with a blaze. 소리처럼 내 이름 잊지 못하게. Loud, 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 loud. I could take you to the top. 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bag. 언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아 근데 수워서 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여 I'm troubling you running it I'm so cold When I move that way you gon' be so blown I'm the realest in the game Said I'm on fire with the blade You're about to hear my name ringing in your head like whoa So keep your eyes on me now 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야 I'm so tough Let's get it show you out Can you feel the rush
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. I'll be reaching out
원하는 게 그래 뭐야 I'm trouble.
Moving too fast, life is moving in slow-mo. I'm a god, but I actually don't know. I mean, better put your pride aside. I'm a Benz, get more like a Volvo. Your best stuff looks like my words. Synapses, fire, and burst. Got the whole crew with me, about to do damage. You know we ain't average. I ain't gonna say this again, but it's in my time. Better look in my eyes. I'm a genius in the skies with my heart on my sleeve. You force you a block to a king in his prime. Everybody got a line. Sit back with the stars in line. I finesse like my life on the nine. Was a diamond in the rough, and now I shine.
No one could stop us, they'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants. Yeah, shutting it down. Been in the grind and my people all up in this place. Spinning this thing, go to my rank. Royalty up in my veins. I'm loco, think I'm so cold. I say something, ain't no going back. Now they ask where Kiki's at. I'm like, you can't hang with that. 쏟아져 빛이 멀게 된 눈이 멈추지 않아. Once we go, 내게 더운 날로 모든 배 빨리 달려. 넌 못 따라와. True damage we do it. True damage 보여줄게. 뭐든 쉽게. 이기든 지든 my crew make the beat. No one could stop us. They'll try, but they won't. Nada nos puede parar. Oh no, we're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
I keep on shattering time. I might just leave you behind. Homie, you stuck on rewind. You just quit sleeping on mine. You got your back on reclined. When I damage your delicate spine, please don't act out, shy and surprise. They be like, what you mean? What is your winning scheme? I got a giant team. Biggest my self-esteem. Run it back, running man. They think they go hard, I'm like, come again. You run out of time and I'm busting in. While you stumbling, I got this blade in my hand for your punishment.
We're wide awake now. Our eyes are wide open. We're running this world. We're keeping it turning. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. It's not the way we're weak, but we coming right back. This time you're gonna see how we do it like that. We're living like giants. Yeah, giants. We're bigger than giants. We're giants. Oh, sleeping giants. Sleeping giants.
What are you willing to lose? You cover your wounds, but underneath them, a million voices in your head that whisper, stop now. Another twist of the knife, a turn of the screws, it's all in your mind, and it's fighting you on yourself. The storm is coming. Well, kid, what you gonna do now? It's your reflection looking back to pull you down. So are you gonna die today or make it out alive? You gotta conquer the monster in your head and then you'll fly, Phoenix fly. Time for a new empire. Go bury your demons, then tear down
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It's day 4, the grand finals of the midseason showdown. VCS taking on the PCS. Team Flash were able to do the incredible and take down Machi. The first time a team has been able to do that from Vietnam against a Taipei-based team in over 6 years. Welcome to the Global English Broadcast. I'm Opal, of course, joined alongside Riku. Riku, I haven't seen you since day 1, but you were watching all the action that was taking place over the last couple days when it came to the showdown between the PCS and the VCS. You know, are you excited to finally be here for this final?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially just as you mentioned, day 1, day 2, there was sort of a clear answer on who was going to be at the final 2 teams. But then again, there came an upset, especially yesterday, where just as you said, we've got Team Flash defeating Machi despite, having such a shaky start in the round robin.
Yeah, and maybe you need an update. Maybe you're just tuning in for our grand final. So let's kind of give you a rundown of what has happened over the past 3 days. And we're going to start things off here with, of course, the rankings from the round robin, where Talon went almost undefeated, only dropping the single game to Machi, and they auto-qualified for our grand final. Machi was able to come second, Flash just below them, though, with 2 wins, and, well, as you heard, Flash was able to actually upset Machi during our semifinal. Gam, on the other hand, unfortunately, just did not show up to play this week, it seemed. Had a bunch of roster swaps and just did not pan out, and that's how we got ourselves to this playoff bracket here, where, again, Flash was able to take down Machi in 4 games, actually pulling out the 3 back-to-back wins after the first game loss.
Yeah, and it's actually pretty interesting. When we look at game number 1, they actually have their own roster swaps. They fielded in Ego, they fielded in Naul, and it's actually very, very interesting because they starting from game number 2, they started to go back to their strong roster that defeated GAM in the best of 5 in the finale of the VCS.
Yeah, and I think we could talk a little bit about Flash here. Of course, they're coming out of the VCS, and the perks that we've seen from Flash, in particular in their series against Machi, because arguably I'd say day 2 round robin stage from Flash was almost non-existent. They actually went winless overall when it came to their showing there. And Machi was actually undefeated, but then we came in yesterday and it seemed like they were able to catch Machi off guard and always find early game punishments, especially in that mid lane.
Yeah, whenever we looked at the matchups between, the VCS versus PCS, it seems to me that PCS in general have them figured out because, again, they have a lot of training towards these early brawl style fights, which has been apparent in the former LSD teams, and therefore there's a lot of adjustments and evolution when it comes to the strategy of either Machi and Talon.
And on top of that, too, it only took a while. It took a couple days, but we finally got to see 4 Flash Slater come online on this Ezreal, where he was able to find himself all 4 members of Machi solo. And this pretty much saved the game for Flash and led them to victory after.
Yeah, this was an insanely close fight. Considering that Machi, just as you mentioned, got an early game lead. Both, Mission, Bruce had really good KDA, just a lot of kills. But because of Slater's performance in general in that series, they managed to turn things around.
Yeah, and you look on the other side, from Talon, what we thought was the best AD carry out of the region, unified alongside Kaiwing on support. Unfortunately, Talon themselves, it felt like their bot lane has actually been struggling throughout the duration of this tournament.
Yeah, if we flash back a little bit to day 1 when Kaiwing was interviewed, if they had to rate their bot lane, he said 0, and it has been quite the trend when it comes to Unified and Kaiwing in general, where they really struggle and getting, sort of killed by the enemy bot lane without every single time around level 2.
Yeah, let's take a look on over to our Talon. Of course, the roster they are starting practically the same. They have not been bringing out any substitutes when it comes to at least the play here at the mid-season showdown. Of course, we have Hanabi in the top lane, River in the jungle, Candy in mid lane, and like I mentioned, Unified and Kaiwing on bot side.
Yeah, Talent Esports, a new organization coming into League of Legends at the first, split of PCS. And at the first try, they managed to nab the championship title away from Machi, as, again, the whole broadcast team for the PCS has expected Machi to win. But surprise, surprise, Talent has managed to really pull an upset, and they've been insanely strong, as they're the team that managed to evolve throughout the whole split and they used to be the slowest team in the PCS, but now they've managed to sort of absorb that brawl style as well. And it's a very, very good combination.
Well, and you mentioned evolving over the course of playing pretty much. And this suits for Talon because they themselves, every best of 5 they have played as an organization. Now, granted, it has only been a split they have been in League of Legends as a whole, but it's gone the full distance to a best of 5, and I'm interested to see here whether or not they can actually pick up a game or two and try and close out this series against Flash, or if Flash is going to be able to turn that back around.
Yeah, exactly. It seems to me, just as you mentioned, their win condition in a BO5 is actually reach game number 5.
Yeah, it's always been, can they actually make it into the late game? But let's go ahead and take a look on over to Flash. Coming out of the VCS, they were the #1 seed, taking home the Spring Championship. It's Stark, Yijin, Kati, Slater, and Palette.
I really love the parallels when it comes to, the PCS versus VCS. Team Flash was also one of those teams that managed to land upsets against GAM, who was voted to win as well, majority of the VCS broadcast talent. And they also took it to game number 5. But at the end of the day, there was really, it's just them just being a very, very insanely stable when it comes to the best of 5.
Well, let's go ahead and jump immediately into Champion Select. It is Game 1's draft. Talon to be on the blue side, Team Flash on your red. And start things off, it is actually going to be the set ban coming out here, as Talon, I do believe they banned that up against Flash, but I'm interested to see whether or not Flash is going to let Candy get his LeBlanc. If we're going to see Unified on the Aphelios again, if we are going to see those comfort picks, or if Flash is going to try and change something up in their draft.
Yeah, I really love this set ban, as it's a 2 birds in 1 stone kind of thing, as we've seen Palette and Stark played it out and flex it in their draft. So I really like this, considering that Stark has a wonderful performance on the set as well. Now, the question is whether or not Stark this time around will play either on a bruiser or maybe go on tank duty, just to be that additional peeler and setter for Slater.
All right, so interesting here. We also have the Callista ban. That's mainly targeted over towards Slater, so a couple of the 80 carries being taken off the table. On top of that, too, the Graves, which has been extremely popular so far this weekend in the MSS. We have seen it, of course, in the jungle, usually up against an Italy, but I like this from Flash. They say, you know what, we're going to let Candy take his LeBlanc if he wants to, but we're going to get rid of the Zoe, which he's had phenomenal performances on back in Group Day, Stage 2.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like the primary answer is to just eliminate the kill pressure, either pick a Galio, maybe even a Lissandra, just to try and scare the LeBlanc off a little bit. But, Unified can have its Aphelios. For Team Flash, so what do they go for? Slater? Do they go for the Ezreal that has popped off, which he hasn't picked in the VCS? He just only picked that champion once, and it has been performing phenomenally in that series, in particular against Machi.
Well, Unified's going to have his Aphelios, which has been kind of the go-to, but for Slater, does he get this Ezreal once again? You saw the clip earlier, and he will getting it locked in, so he's going to hopefully try and replicate the performance that we saw during the semifinals yesterday. Now I'm kind of interested. What does Talon actually want to try and do here? Because the bot lane in particular has been kind of the weak point, and we saw what happens if Slater is able to get gold funneled onto him, similar to what we saw during the regular season of the VCS.
Yeah, and the biggest question was whether or not you want a heavy support engage, or most likely more on that more of that sustain and safety, which we've seen a couple of times, either in the form of a Tom Kinch, but it seems to me that perhaps we've seen also the Karma pick just to sort of bridge that gap when it comes to the mobility. But you know what? Pantheon is actually a pretty good choice when it comes to this matchup in particular.
So this is the thing. I was wondering whether or not we were going to get Candy's Pantheon to come out, because he ended up bringing it out up against Machi during the PCS finals, and I think we also saw it once or twice during the regular season, but other than that, it's been non-existent. But it has been always a little bit of a niche pick, and something that has been frequently banned up against Talon. But I know you mentioned during our talks before the show, you were interested to see whether or not this Galio would finally get locked in for Flash.
And it just definitely fits the playstyle of Flash, where they just want to get early kills for Slater. I mean, we've seen 2v2s in favor of this scary bot lane from Flash, but it will really sort of propel that sort of win condition if they add in that Galio. But kinda is difficult considering that Candy is on this pantheon as well. It has been a threat when we saw the Machi Talon finale back at the PCS.
Yeah, I wonder how good the scouting is going to come out here from the side of Flash, because almost every single time we saw the Pantheon be locked in for Talon, usually the lane, they actually ignore bot lane and they say, Hanabi, we're going to try and get you ahead. We're going to try and get you ahead in lane before you hit that level 6 so you can start dominating that lane and become a split push menace. Taking a look toward our second round of bans, though, the Thresh being banned out from Kaiwing, that's understandable. The guy is literally MVP almost every time he gets his hands on the champion. And actually, it's going to be the Lee Sin ban taken away from Yijin.
Yeah, I'm actually curious what they want to put Yijin on, especially he will definitely be at that solid core when it comes to the early game, especially if they do want to relieve pressure for Stark, because most of the time we see Stark sort of being camped by River and Hanabi, and we've seen this particular strategy when they face each other in the double round robin, and it wasn't pretty at all.
All right, so we're also getting rid of that Rek'Sai as well. Yijin, if you really wanted to, though, could always fall back onto that Skarner pick that Flash has always had in their back pocket, and it also pairs pretty well with the Galio. Can go ahead, impale someone, ult onto there. But one other pick that we actually have not seen at all when it comes to the mid-season showdown has been this Jarvan, and I believe Flash is going to be showing it for the first time.
Yeah, it is indeed going to be a first time we'll be seeing this Jarvan pick. I really like this pick considering there's just so many options for engage. It just fits the Team Flash mindset all in all. So again, I'm just a little bit worried about the additional damage. Where is the other sources of damage going to come from Team Flash? As the game progresses, eventually they might lack, considering Talon has such a scary bot lane in the form of Aphelios.
Well, and that's the thing. This Aphelios is going to be the prime target when it comes down to Flash. So far from what we've seen, that's the only person that can not get out of a Jarvan ultimate unless the Braum doesn't have someone to jump on over to, similar to the Pantheon. But nonetheless, if they have teammates around him, they can try and avoid it. For Hanabi, though, this would be a nice pickup for the side, like you mentioned, complementing some of that damage and helping bridge that early mid-game so that the Aphelios can come online in the late game.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be the primary struggle for Team Flash. I mean, when we look at the matchup against Machi, they don't really have enough threats on the opposite side when it comes to the 2v2s. Talon, though, they have really strong synergy between either, River and Hanabi. So now for Team Flash, we did mention, does Stark play the usual additional peeler? But it seems to me that's not going to be the case, as we did mention additional sources of damage, and Aatrox will definitely help.
Yeah, it does require those Stark to kind of have similar performances to what we saw during the group stage, actually. A lot of people, us included, we felt Stark was kind of the underperformer when you take a look at the overall team of Flash, but come day 1, day 2, he was able to step it up, brought out his Irelia, and was able to carry Team Flash. This time on the Aatrox, we'll see how he does, but you see Talon over there, you saw the player cams, River's clapping, he's feeling good here so far. The team's always in good spirits, and great sign to see coming into Game 1.
Yeah, quite understandable. Again, looking back at the round-robin performances, Talon completely demolished Flash, and it is quite the opposite of what happened when Flash had to fight Machi in the best-of-5 series yesterday. And, I can see why they're super-duper hype, and we'll see whether or not by maybe the 5th time that Talon reaches another best-of-5. Full game 5.
It's a possibility. And Kaiwing, he's in good spirits, at least we saw in a couple of the player interviews himself. They understand where their weaknesses currently lie when it comes to their play here at the mid-season showdown. Kaiwing and Unified. Kaiwing himself said, our bot lane is currently a 0. We're not playing well. We are not playing the same that we did back in the PCS, but at least, River and Candy have been able to step up to the table, excel in that 2v2 in the mid-jungle, and help carry them when it comes to the late game.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand the pressure. You have a bot lane duo that has been together and hasn't been separated since 2017, and you're up against very two talented as individuals, Pallet and Slater, that, Slater has been with, I believe, CBL for over a year, and now he still has to adjust. And we've seen that adjustment work so far in the series yesterday, and it's definitely gonna be tough for Unified and Kaiwing.
Well, if you talk to a lot of VCS experts, they actually say Palette is considered a pretty good upgrade when it comes to this roster. If anything, a lot of people look at this new Flash roster when they are running Kadi in the mid lane, not when they're running Naeul or Ego in the jungle. That's what we saw in Game 1 against Machi. This roster here that is starting, this is considered the best roster that they have in their arsenal, and is an improvement from what we saw during the VCS finals.
Yep, absolutely, and that's the reason why I'm excited. I mean, Candy has been playing Zoe and LeBlanc, but this time around we're going to be seeing him back on this Pantheon, so we'll see how Flash adjusts to them now.
Well, we'll see here. We're going to go ahead, load on into the Rift for Game 1 of our Grand Finals. It's PCS versus VCS. It's a throwback to the old GPL, and we'll see who can come on top as we load in for Game 1.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
And for Talon, they've had themselves a day break. They were able to watch the series between Machi and Flash. I think they were a little bit disappointed that they couldn't go up against their regional rivals of Machi. If they actually played against Machi, it would have accelerated the game count from 14 games to at least 17 games those two teams played. So as a PCS caster, I'm actually relieved we get to see a new matchup here for Talon instead of, you know, the good old Machi Talon special. Give me some of this VCS chaos, especially the style that we saw in Game 3 and 4 of the semifinal yesterday.
Yeah, the PCS special is definitely, I'll meet you at Rift Herald, I'll meet you in Dragon, and that's like, we'll see how it goes from there. And with this one though, Talon again is pretty much used to the brawl style early aggression, especially when they had to go against Alpha. They had to go against the former LST squads like, you know, Nova, Liab, and they're pretty much used to it, and they've adapted it too into their sort of as a strategy for their team.
Interesting for me, though, this is the first time we're seeing during the tournament where Nidalee isn't necessarily going to be matched by an aggressive jungle like a Graves. It's going to be more on Yijin on this Jarvan that's, you know, looking to set up for those ganks once he hits level 3 into that level 6 as well. And I think for River, it gives him a little bit of an opportunity at least to try and maybe catch out Yijin early and try and find success like he did in the group stage on this champion.
Yeah, it's just one of those things where I'm wondering whether or not Yijin likes to match River's potential aggression when it comes to the top side of the map, just to propel Hanabi into that monster as, you know, win conditions later, getting ahead. But if you have Hanabi ahead as well, then he will definitely be that key, that access towards backline just eliminates later on.
Also now into this mid lane too. You got Kadi going up against Candy, and I will say, oh no, I've seen this one before. Palette did hit level 2. We mentioned that Talon's bot lane, the level 2 has been absolutely atrocious, is the best way to put it. And I saw Unified walking into melee range of a Nautilus again. I was getting some flashbacks to what we saw during the group stage play. It looks like they'll be fine, and they're able to survive that power spike, you know, in asterisks. Ripper here is going to be spotted out. Unfortunately, like I mentioned, Candy loves to roam up toward the top lane, so we're going to see whether or not Stark can actually survive, already pathing to the second-tier tower. We'll be able to back off as Jijin also comes by for support.
And this is quite similar to what, you know, Flash had to deal with when they had to face Gam in the VCS finale. It is just Levi and as well as Kiaya doing plays, making plays around topside most especially. And again, this sort of strategy is definitely not familiar for them. And for me, I am looking forward to the 2v2 kills at bot side for Slater and Palette. But Unified Kaiwing has survived the level 2 for now, and looks like it's not going to be a repeat of what happened from the previous round robin games.
But you know, once level 6 hits for these mid laners, that's when everybody goes flying into the side lanes trying to make the right gank path. And I'm going to be interested to make sure if Flash are able to get some deep vision to try and spot out when Candy is going to go for the roams, because I can almost guarantee that Kadi is always going to be reactionary to Candy, and River actually able to get a nice little invade here, wants to get some damage into the 1v1. Conqueror on both sides, so they're able to at least sustain each other, and River's still going to try and path. Lands another spear. Yijin forced the flash away. River, though, looking for the kill. The shield comes back on up, but unfortunately for River, he is able to find the kill, and that's first blood going on to the Nidalee.
Beautifully done by River. I'm pretty sure Yijin did not expect that to happen, especially that there's not a lot of vision to work with, so it was just River lying and waiting for the correct timing. And, you know, Kaiwing has actually managed to roam towards mid, too, in case for backup.
Yeah, we'll see here. Again, it's just River going for these invades while he's playing this in Italy, and I think he's loved that the meta has shifted over here in patch 10.10 to allow him to play stuff like in Italy, because he loves being aggressive. He always said during the PCS he was kind of getting bored of all, you know, the tank champions he was having to play.
Yeah, which is, I find that very interesting because in the VCS, Nidalee was quite a popular champion even without the 10.10 patch, I believe. And now we get to see PCS play it very, very well and sort of giving Flash a taste of their own medicine, if you will. And now we see Talon having priority over bot side. Looks like Candy's priority over at mid really stopped the response coming from Flash earlier, and it could have ended quite deadly for River if that didn't happen.
Yeah, I think Kadi actually already went back to base, so he actually swapped out for his teleport, because I think he used it to get back in lane already, so isn't going to have the teleport necessarily to match Candy, but will have his ultimate like I mentioned, so I think it's going to be really up to Flash to at least get the vision down to make sure they are tracking when Candy is going to be going for lane plays in the side lane, especially if any member is pushed up or they look for a dive, especially toward top, because Stark, he's still an Aatrox in those early levels. Until he has an item or two, he's very susceptible to a gank.
Yeah, and just adding more salt to the wound, that's an early executioners too. So for Stark having to survive throughout, you know, potential dives given by River and Hanabi, it's definitely going to be tough. So Yijin is going to have to keep an eye on Stark, if ever.
Well, you see Hanabi hits that level 6 before Stark and wants to go for the solo kill. Unfortunately, Stark, he's going to get taken on down. Hanabi doesn't even have to use his flash and the solo kill for the Renekton.
And the timing was perfect too. Yijin was actually nearby. Unfortunately, Hanabi pulled the trigger, and Yijin did not expect that as earlier. And with that said, it seems to be, you know, an unfortunate game for Stark. We've seen this before when, during the GAM match where Kiaya would always solo kill Stark, and this might be the story for this series in particular.
And you already saw Candy was also looking for the play. He hit level 6 around the same time and wanted to kind of join in with the rest of the squad. So with that being said, it's pretty good. I don't know what happened to our audio. Don't worry. That's also on my end, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll see that here shortly. Yeah, Talon able to claim the first dragon of the game as well, and they're looking pretty happy.
Yeah, absolutely. Considering, again, for bot lane, it is going to be a little bit tough for Slater in terms of wave control, because Unified on this Aphelios will definitely have that better, if you will. So dragon control, especially now, if Yijin will have to go babysit duty on Stark, then you really leave bot side a little bit more vulnerable.
And with that, Kati's going to actually teleport back into the lane, and that's again Candy trying to force him back. He has picked up, though, the first item into his proto belt most likely, and I do like that at least Flash are trying to be aggressive. They aren't slowing down. They're playing similar to what they do in the VCS, and at least trading back objectives like this blue buff, taking little parts of gold where they can.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, Talon not being greedy, they take what they can. They are just trying to keep things a little bit more stable and just finding the right opportunity. Considering, again, for Unified and Kaiwing, back in the PCS, they're usually just farm and meet you later kind of deal. And, you know, Candy being on that Pantheon is just ready for either visiting top or just in case Kadi pulls the trigger and, you know, try to help give Slater early kills.
There we go. The sound of silence has left the building as we get to again hear in onto the Rift. Overall, though, for Talon, this is pretty much kind of the game plan that we expected from them. You want the top side of the map to be succeeding so that Unified and Kaiwing can be left alone to scale while they can. And Hanbi, he's got 2 levels on Stark at the moment, and is not afraid to jump in, already picking up his executioners.
Yeah, Executioner's from, I believe, his first back, and as well as a Ninja Tabi now. So Stark ain't gonna have the time of his life, and he has to run away whenever Hanabi tries to attempt on trades here and there or an all-in.
Let's see,
Rift Herald,
speaking of
though.
all-ins, though, Yijin, Kati, and Pallet have made their way here. Talon does have Candy with his ultimate available. That is a full commit. That's all 5 members of Flash committing to this. Yijin gets hit pretty hard, though, by a spear. Hanabi got to be a little bit careful himself. In comes Candy on the Pantheon, looking for them to collapse. A decent amount of damage. Hanabi, though, in the middle of the fight, is going to get CC'd on down, but Candy finds himself the kill, and now Flash has to flash away themselves. Slater getting a big chunk of damage thrown onto him by River, and that is 3 members of Talon willing to take a fight against the entire squad of Flash.
It's like we'll fight you at your own game. River is going to be in the middle of it all, and I assume
River?
gonna get
Maybe getting a little bit too close to the action there. Over the wall, though, was all the bait possibly as Kaiwing rejoins onto the fight. He interrupts the Galio ultimate as well. And like that, Candy finds himself his 2nd kill. Slater has to back off himself, getting tagged by the Q of the Braum. And Flash, they lose 2 members. They are able to at least secure the Rift Herald, so we'll see what they are able to find with that afterwards.
I was a little bit scared for River, but that was an incredibly risky bait, but it all paid off in the end. Especially that, you know, Flash is just really wanting to get at least an exchange off of that. But it all works well, considering Slater also used his True Shot Barrage earlier, so there's no sort of potential execute from that play back then.
So there you go. Talon now open up a 3,500 gold lead. They did lose out on the Rift Herald, and that's always something they'll like to have back, but they were able to at least secure the first dragon of the game. So in their eyes, and most of the PCS squads we saw during the regular season and playoffs, they're happy trading a dragon for a Rift Herald, and if they're able to even pick up a kill or 2 while losing one of those objectives, they're usually fine taking it. River, though, wanting to make an appearance down toward bot lane possibly, or just wanting to establish some vision before the next dragon spawns here in about a minute.
And the best part, they get some extra reward too in the form of platings.
Yijin also getting picked out. He'll go back though. He's going to be pretty safe. As River's going to do the same, as both of them trying to reset before the dragon spawn.
Yeah, but vision-wise, Talon has been definitely on the board here against Flash, considering that there's not a lot of deep vision for Flash at the moment. As they're trying to keep track on where Yijin decides to visit, as he has been lingering more on top side and making actions, as again they're always expecting Talon to make, you know, sort of dives here and there, and possibly that's their time to shine where they can try to punish Talon.
As weird as it's going to sound, we also kind of have to congratulate the bot lane here with Talon. This is actually the best looking early game we've seen out of Unified and Kaiwing this entire time. Candy going to go ahead and jump in, able to interrupt the Justice Punch. River Spear just a little bit late to the party, though, so they're not able to fully commit. But already see Talon looking to start setting up towards possibly this Drake, or even for a play here in the mid lane.
Yeah, now that you bring it up, it is quite a silent bot lane, which is quite unusual considering you're against Flash and you're against Slater and Pallet. And at this point, you know, Dragon has spawned. Talon again, first dibs. Nice block coming from Kaiwing, and it seems there is 0 threat at all, and Talon will get the first 2 dragons in the game.
Yeah, and Yijin is, you know, he's at least trying to keep up with farm. That's why you see him going toward the top side of the map, and with that little bit of knowledge from the side of Talon, that's going to be an easy take for River, as they now have 2 dragons and start working their way toward the Infernal Soul for game 1.
We'll see with where Yijin decides to put the Rift Herald, though it seems to be mid lane, as the back has been perfectly timed. Candy does have teleport, though. Let's see whether or not he's going to use that or concede the mid lane instead, as they will just guard the second tier for mid lane.
Well, some ping's going to be coming out here. Shelly's taking this pretty slow, so I don't actually think Flash will be able to actually take down the tower. It is some turret plates back into the pocket of Coffee, but not the end of the world here for Talon, as they actually don't lose out on the first brick gold.
Yeah, Rift Herald not, you know, maximized as expected, but I feel like they had to unleash the Herald already. In the meantime, though, Stark still struggling after the first solo kill against Hanabi.
Struggling is an understatement right now. That's about a 45 CS lead. Hanabi's been able to actually accumulate over this Aatrox. Practically one component or one big component item ahead of that Aatrox. That's this was something that we kind of expected coming into the tournament. Stark has been able to prove us wrong with some of his performances, but so far it looks like Hanabi, similar to what he did with Ziv back in the PCS playoffs, he said, you know what, I don't really want to play tanks, I want to play brawlers, I want to get in on the action, and he's showing up here.
And that's the thing that I like about the parallels of Talon and Flash in general. Not only their performances, who they were in the respective regional tournaments, but also, you know, Hanabi and Stark are quite similar. Like, for example, you see Stark, Hanabi would always default back to Ornn and be that, you know, game setter, that main engage for the team for their 5v5s, but would also fall back into these, you know, 1v1s, these bruisers, these flankers, and it really does show. Unfortunately, you know, Hanabi is just so talented, and at the same time it's just so hard to try, and as he's in my personal list, he's the, you know, my best top laner in the tournament.
Yeah, that's going to be a 60 CS lead, by the way, now, as he's also picked up the first turret gold as well. That's a pretty big Renekton, and this has been something we have seen happen a couple times. Let's see if Kaiwing's going to get caught out. He's on top of Ward, and this has happened so many times to Kaiwing. It drives me a little bit crazy. He does go into stasis. He should be able to survive, but that is, again, a stopwatch you would love to keep.
Yeah, that was a stopwatch, perhaps around Rift Herald take, perhaps the next Dragon. That is actually quite risky, considering, again, you mentioned it has happened countless of times in the tournament, and at least, you know, Kaiwing did not die.
Yeah, I don't know what it is with the bot lane here of Talon, but they love taking backs when they are just, I almost feel like they're getting a little bit overconfident, but we've seen from the VCS squads, in all honesty, you can have sporadic vision come out from them in this bot lane. They'll put a ward here and there and just see whether or not they can find a quick catch, and Palette has never been shy to try and go for an engage like that.
And we've seen Palette pull the trigger first on this Alistar in the series against Machi, and I think that is absolutely the scary part. You give 1 second of window of opportunity to take advantage, and they will.
So with that, Talon have been now able to secure the top scuttle, and River's going to go ahead and start onto the Rift Herald here. They still have themselves about a 4,000 gold lead. Hanabi is also now onto the bot side of the map, has teleport available. You can see Talon not afraid to just try and go for a fight here. Pretty much pressure Flash to back off. Infernal coming up in about 1 minute, but that will allow them to go ahead and take this Rift Herald. Looks like uncontested.
Yeah, timing is going to be perfect too. They get the Rift Herald, they get their resets, and most likely if they are ready to fight, if they want to fight, then they will take positions, probably get a pick, 1 pick at least, to get control over that dragon and transition over there. I thought Unified was going to get caught out, but good thing he still has both of his summoner spells, so he's going to be A-okay as they're working their way towards mid lane.
Speaking of bot lane, though, Yijin's also going to show himself. Hanabi's going to go for this back, but still, that's 4 members. Meanwhile, Rift Herald's actually going to be popped in mid lane. So this is Talon pretty much saying, you got to kill Hanabi as fast as possible, or we're going to take a second-tier tower in mid lane. Hanabi's just going to go ahead, pop his ultimate to try and survive as long as possible. But the push is going to come out from Talon, and Flash, they need to find a kill here fast. Teleport's also going to come out through from Candy, jumps immediately onto Slater, and the damage is there. Pallet almost goes taken on down. But guess what? The inhibitor tower in mid lane is currently being taken by Talon, and Candy could possibly turn this back around, jumps in on top of the Nautilus, and Candy, sure, he gets taken down, but that's going to be a stopwatch and the inhibitor tower in mid lane exposed.
They took so much time at bot side, and the exchange is just so devastating for Flash, and they did not even get a tower down. They had to go back and just get that reset, and now Talon has control over Dragon too.
That's a massive swing. That's now what?
Is.
You had 3 towers taken in mid lane. You now set yourself up for Infernal Soul. So you're going to have likely your second items complete on most of your carries on the side of Talon by the next time that spawns. This is a beautiful setup for now the next soul point coming out for Talon in the next 5 minutes.
And the interesting is, Flash really wanted to commit despite seeing the Rift Herald being unleashed in mid. Like, okay, we're already here, we're diving for a man, we have no choice but to fully commit to this. Unfortunately, that teleport from Candy just bought so much time too. The Flash just had to summer okay, Slater with the steal. Okay, that's a good deny. But then again, you lose an inhibitor tower, and that's going to be very painful later on.
And it comes down to this bot lane where Hanabi realizes, all right, I have 4 people on top of me. What can I do to try and extend this as long as possible? And Candy even comes in to also help out, and they actually trade back kills.
Yeah, that's the thing. They weren't able to execute this as cleanly as possible. In the map, they couldn't exchange it in a better form, and Candy even getting that kill over towards Talon is just quite not what expected, and it's very, very sad to see.
Well, meanwhile,
dear.
Stark, oh boy. That is the squad of Talon coming on over. Candy, does he actually get the execute? Oh, he will. So Stark doesn't give over anything, and that kind of opens up a little bit of room on the bot side of the map for Kadi to actually go ahead and get some damage.
Yeah, I mean, this gives room for Flash to at least.
Oh my.
He goes in.
Candy, he's not afraid to go F on this, actually. So Pantheon looking a bit scary himself now, 3-1-0. Even after that death, has picked up his Ghost Blade as well as working towards the Black Cleaver. Speaking of items, Unified's also now starting to come online with this Aphelios. You have the Runans and the Infinity Edge complete. So these team fights are going to start looking a bit nasty from the Aphelios.
Slater. I was a little bit worried what Slater was trying to do. Thought he was going to try to flank, but he's going to try to poke. I mean, the Gauntlet will definitely help Kite a little bit more. But at the same time, a little bit afraid. Hanabi, though, does have teleport, so that's something that Flash would consider if they don't want to get an all-in, try to make a pick-off.
We've seen this
Now
happen
Baron's
before.
getting started.
All right, they tried to go for a sneak on the side of Talon. Does get spotted out, though, by a blue trinket. Take a look at your gold graph, too. That is a pretty gold graph if you're a Talon fan. Unified is online. Hanabi is bridging the gap from the early mid-game. It's all kind of going to plan here for Talon. At least for Flash, though. We are starting to see this Ezreal start to come online. Slater likes to go into this Muramana Iceborne and then usually into a Death's Dance and Bork becomes really hard to kill. Hook is going to land underneath the tower. Pallet, though, is going to get stunned up immediately. Ultimate comes out from the Aphelios, not able to take down the kill. Hanabi also on the hunt himself. No flash available. Pallet, though, gets the hook, able to Spider-Man himself to safety. Candy Chandlin able to get a little bit of damage. The stun lands onto Ejin. They are able to disengage. Infernal, though, coming up in about 2 minutes.
That's going to be soul for Talon. And again, with the map state that Flash has to suffer now, especially again, it's just a huge swing for Talon after the attempted dive from Flash. And just, you know, Talon maximized the value of that Rift Herald. And at this point, you know, Flash is just trying to pick up the pieces, see whether or not they can make a fast pickoff. They do have that, you know, solid form of numerous engages, if you will, but at the same time, this is the point where Talon is not going to be separated, and at that point, your only choice of action to kill would just be Hanabi.
And even then, Hanabi, once he's actually finished off this Bork, he becomes an absolute menace in a side lane where Stark is going to have a really tough time trying to answer him. The fact that Hanabi is practically an item ahead at the moment with that Executioners as well in his back pocket, this Renekton is huge. So it's very difficult for Flash to really do anything until Stark is able to, you know, farm up a little bit and at least able to contest waves.
Yeah, exactly. For Flash, they have to invest a lot of resources just to eliminate Hanabi. And I mean, they're trying to make some sort of attempt, but we'll see here in the mid lane, though, as a Flash, again, just wants an opportunity.
I think Candy really wanted to try and go for a play. You saw a bunch of pings actually coming out into that mid lane. In comes Candy, popping the Pantheon ultimate, going to push it right through the jungle. Gets in behind Ejin. Candy, though, he's going to be separated from the rest of his team, so Talon get a little bit crazy, but Slater is already taken down by River, and unfortunately, they do get dogpile onto Candy, but it's just not enough damage, and they also take down the Nautilus. And with that, the bot lane of Flash is gone. And they can go ahead, if they want to, on the side of Talon and rotate for this Infernal point.
And they found their target. Again, the main win condition is definitely just Slater, and you got a ton of peel, but unfortunately, if you're all separated, if you're all trapped in such a close space, then you don't have access to that peel that you've assembled. And now this equates to Talon getting a Baron. This is definitely very textbook styles coming from Talon, but it seems to me Flash will at least deny that Infernal Soul away from Talon for just a moment.
I'm actually shocked that Talon decided to go for the Baron right away, but we have seen them. If there is an opening, they will take it. And this play, it was set up about 30 seconds before. You heard Candy pinging like a madman, said, let's go for this play. I got my ultimate. Let's cut him off.
Best part is there's not a lot of vision to work with on the side of Talon. Those wards were installed mid-battle, and they were just very confident that this is the time to shine. Everybody, like, especially Hanabi right now, is such a monster. And since we're online, it means we're going to win the fight no matter what.
Yeah, now he has that board completed, and I mentioned Stark cannot go into a side lane against him. He will get ripped apart if he is not careful. And now the plan for Talon is, let's see if they can crack open some of these remaining towers with this Baron buff that would expand this gold lead. Maybe even get an inhibitor, and by that time, they'll also get the Infernal Soul in 4 minutes if they're lucky, and you can already see Slater. You really don't want an Italy to pick up that Infernal Soul with the fact that River's so far ahead.
Yeah, we saw a couple of spears land on the squishy members of Flash, and they immediately go beyond half health, and it's just perfect when it comes to these sieges. And now Flash doesn't have they do have a lot of options for wave clear, at least in the form of Kati too, and the Trusha Barrage. But at the same time, for Talon, they also have some sort of reliable engage in the form of Candy when he decides to dive in.
And there you go. Unfortunately, Flash, they just can't cover 2 lanes at the same time. They need both that Ezreal and Galio on the minions when they're Baron buffed, so they can't really contain this split push. Stark is up in top lane. Sure, he has teleport, but it's up to Flash to be the ones to pull the trigger on this play. Unified wants to try and step up, but instead is going to wait out for the next minion wave. Meanwhile, Candy and Hanabi just apply pressure via mid. There is at least the tower taken on the side of Flash, so Talon, if they really wanted to, they could try and force this via the mid lane possibly, but I guess this is Flash saying, all right, you know what, we're content with the fact that we're at least able to get a turret or 2 up in top lane, but they're going to start losing their base.
There is a ward for a flank if ever Stark decides to do so.
Stark, though, instead, he's going to teleport to the Nexus Tower, so doesn't even get a flank off with this Aatrox. That's inhibitor 1 taken down in the bot lane, 2 in the mid lane, and the base is now very much exposed on the side of Flash. As it looks like Talon aren't slowing down with this Baron. They want to force Flash to have to make a play, to have to make a final stand here. In comes the engage with the Cataclysm, lines them up for the Galio ultimate, but still, can they get enough damage onto Unify? Gets himself back over to safety. Slater on the back line himself getting some damage. Hanabi, though, gets dove in with the Renekton. Wants to try and get the play onto Stark. Stark down to about half health. Candy underneath the tower. Yeejinos gets taken down by the AoE of the Flamethrower. And Talon, that's kind of what they wanted to do, but Flash were able to hold on.
I was a little bit afraid because Unified was the last one in the retreat squad, and you can tell that Candy wanted to protect from any sort of Pallet's hooks as he moved a little bit forward for that body block. But anyway, Talon has maximized their usage on that Baron. They're going to be pretty happy with that. They will work towards top side now that they're moving towards that area. And again, just as you mentioned, it's so difficult because you have at least Yijin for that backline access, again in the form of the Flag and Drag, but at the same time, Unified has all of these spells at least. Now it's offline. Let's see whether or not Flash will take advantage of that. He still has his stopwatch intact too, so again, it's quite difficult to eliminate, the primary threat right now from Talon.
Yeah, like that is the play that they kind of want to go for. You want to throw Yijin in, put down the ultimate, try and lock down Unify, and they were able to at least get a flash out of him. But that was them having to pretty much pull everything in order to save the base. And they weren't even able to get the kill in the very end. Infernal will be spawning now in about a minute. If Talon really wanted to, they could just go ahead and rotate back down for it. But it seems like they want to try and crack open all of these remaining outer tier towers. This top lane second tier will fall. And now a little bit of pressure coming in. No Baron buff available, so the Galio can clear out the waves a little bit more efficiently. It's hard to get that siege to come through here, though. Like Talon, though, that is going to be the plan. Just continue on this pressure. River got to be careful. Slater's able to get a full combo off, gets him back to about half health. But still, Candy's just pressuring down in the mid lane as well as bot lane, with Hanabi also cutting off the wave. So Flash, they have to make a decision. Stark can't actually hold this tower. The Nexus tower will fall. They try and commit onto Candy, but guess what? That's a lot being burned for this Pantheon. The rest of Talon are rotating over. Let's see what Flash can try and do to hold the base. It seems like Talon want to try and end this game here, but they seem a little bit impatient, have to wait for these minion waves. Flash could pull the trigger if they wish to. Doesn't seem like that's going to be the play on either side.
Can I just say there's 4 stopwatches and River has 2 golden times in the next few fights, and all of these stopwatches were available in the first Baron push, and none was consumed at all. It just means that Flash didn't apply enough pressure to force that out of Talon, and that means that's additional defense for the next push. And with that said, that's Infernal Soul for the side of Talon.
I don't think you wanted to hook in the Renekton. That's a decent chunk of damage. Galio ultimate, though, will try and re-answer in onto the fight. The Aphelios ultimate able to get the double root onto the front line. Slater still alive, does get tagged, though, by the backside. Slater, though, gets the Kai Wing. Unified still untouched during this fight. And without Slater, the win condition for Flash is out the window. And you mentioned they're all going golden. Stark, though, he's come online, but Candy is still alive. Unified still feeling strong, and Talon can look to finish off game 1.
Lifeline times for Unified, and Candy's just gonna go over to the Nexus Tower, and what a finish.
And there you go, game 1, PCS will strike first as Talon play the style that we came accustomed to. It's a sub 30-minute game to open up our grand final.
And this looks like the previous game that we saw when these two clashed in the double round robin. It was a 26-minute game for those two games, and it looks very, very effortless, if you will, on the side of Talon. It's like they knew what to do, they had a plan in mind, they had a checklist, they did everything, and again, that play in mid lane where Flash wanted to dive Hanabi just really, I think that was the point where it spiraled out of control.
Yeah, and that was the kind of thing you hook in Hanabi. We did mention Hanabi has a full bork over his lane opponent of the Aatrox. And he can shred through your tank front line pretty easily. I will give it to Flasher. That fight did look promising. But unfortunately, like you mentioned, there's so many stopwatches available on their side because they haven't been pressured throughout the course of this game that they said, all right, you know what? We can just delay this, wait for our cooldowns, and just go for another rotation.
Yeah, and that is exactly what happened. And just as we mentioned, I think this is the turning point, the huge swing that Talon has acquired is, committing 4 members to eliminate Hanabi while the rest of Talon just pushes over to the Nexus Tower, or rather the Inhibitor Tower.
And for me, the thing that I'm a bit concerned about is we didn't see Flash try and play aggressive like we saw during the Machi series, where they were able to catch off the PCS opponent off guard, and then for them to actually just snowball out of control. We didn't really see it, and this composition, too, didn't necessarily try and play into that.
Yeah, I was expecting a lot of, action at bot side and leave Stark be, and despite having to deal with Hanabi most of the time. And I think this was the unfortunate play that ended the game. And just as we mentioned, there's a lot of stopwatches to stall out, as Yijin actually tried a flank, but just eliminated Kai Wing, unfortunately.
Yeah, and the fact that Candy was also able to find Slater, and it's kind of come down to, can Slater survive? That's kind of what we saw in the previous matchup against Machi, and this time around, it just wasn't the case for game 1. So Talon take home the victory, and River is going to get MVP for his Nidalee performance.
Yeah, well-deserved, coming from, I believe, the level 3, waiting in the brush, just waiting for Yijin to walk towards him, pass by, and just really, really eliminated him. And I feel like that is just one of those things that, coming into the next few games, that they really have to watch out for.
Yeah, I have to question, if Yijin tries and at least match River at this point, because the Jarvan, unfortunately, River can play into that if he's given the Nidalee. So if Flash aren't actually going to take that, especially considering the fact that we know that Talon will almost always go for a first pick at Aphelios, I kind of have to feel, if it is open, might as well take it. Maybe Yijin just doesn't have that in his pool for this tournament.
Yeah, that's the thing. I wonder what else they can do just to snowball, again, their win condition, which is Slater in the bot side of the map. I feel like Ezreal will definitely take a while. It's not exactly something that you want to take if you want to get that early 2v2 that we've seen. Unified and Kai Wing has fallen over in the few matches in the round.
Yeah, that's a possibility. We are going to go ahead and take a short break. When we come back, though, it's going to be game 2 between Talon and Flash.
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our grand finals. Talon was able to take home the victory over the VCS rep of Team Flash. They have an opportunity, though, to tie up that series here in Game 2. Welcome back, everybody, to the Global English broadcast. I'm Opal, joined alongside Riku. Riku, Game 1 here kind of looked pretty textbook from the side of Talon. Hanabi was able to get ahead in his lane on a carry. We saw River get aggressive on the Nidalee, and Unified and Kaiwing didn't mess up in, level 1, level 2.
Yeah, I mean, after looking at the round-robin matches where Unified and Kaiwing would always fall for the same trap of the level 2 spike of the enemy team, it's such a huge improvement, and it just makes things a little bit more harder on the side of Flash, considering, again, they play around Slater and Pallet at the bot side of the map to get ahead, get those either 2v2 solo kills, but it didn't happen at all, and, top side also became such a huge monster as Hanabi was quite such a very talented player.
Yeah, I think this time around we aren't seeing group stage Stark. We are seeing, it looks like, regular season Stark from the VCS, which is a little bit unfortunate. And you'll ask a lot of the VCS fans, a lot of the VCS analysis, they say, yeah, Stark, this is kind of what we expect from him when it came to the regular season. It's just been this weekend where he's been able to pop off when he was going up against the teams like Machi, like Talon during the group stage. But so far, maybe grand final nerves are getting to him. You got to wonder what's going on there. And I kind of want to see if they're going to try and support him a little bit more. Because especially from Yijin, I'm not a big fan of the Jarvan jungle. I'm not a big fan of this playstyle. This is much more of a coordinated, wait until the later part of the game, hope Slater can kind of carry us. Sure, 2 of your games yesterday went to 40, but that was not what you were finding success with back in the VCS.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, you were against Machi. They're the type of team that likes to take it a little bit slow, but you're against Talon that once they're ahead, they really want to keep, hammering that lead, and that's going to be a huge problem, again, for Flash. So if they want to get ahead, then they have to do it as early as they can.
Yeah, and my thing, too, with this was there's also a desperate lack of vision, I think, coming out of Flash during the early part of the game. I did like, though, that you could tell they had done a little bit of scouting themselves. They realized that Candy, with this Pantheon, he loves roaming up to the top lane. We did see it at that level 3 where Stark was even possibly going to get dived. So it's good to see that they have done a little bit of their research, and maybe they can bring some of that into Game 2 as we go ahead and load on into Champ Select. Flash has opted to take blue side as losers in best of fives do get side selection into the upcoming match. Talon will be on the red side, and we're going to start things off with an Italy ban actually away from River.
Now it makes me wonder if we're at all going to be seeing Graves and Italy, or perhaps those two champion picks are going to get banned, which is... Nope, we're not going to see. So perhaps Team Flash and Talon in general are going to fall back to their usual picks that we've seen back in either their respective finales. And just as you mentioned, like, what can they do to relieve, Stark at topside? Because that is going to be an unfamiliar strategy, because despite, Levi and, Kiaya were constantly diving on towards Stark, Yijin just tried to focus more on Slater at bot side.
All right, so seeing here from Flash, it looks like a missed ban. So we have had an issue or two where teams have not been able to lock in bans, and I am getting confirmation that we will try and look like it's looking like we're going to remake the champ select. So, of course, the Graves and Nidalee are going to stay the same, but we will be having to remake this after a quick and short little break there. So let's come back into this draft in particular, I guess, what we can kind of expect. Like, if you are on the side here of Team Flash, are you willing to try and, give up some of these other picks to try and get it back onto your side here? So you want to try and give up that LeBlanc and see if you can try and answer it with the Lissandra from Cotty, so you can try and open up another option for Stark? Or are they going to try and just draft what we saw back in Game 1?
Yeah, I'm a little bit afraid because, there's a lot of hype when it came to Slater, what he's going to pick. There's, the chat is going like, Kaisa, Slater Kaisa waiting room. And when he did finally pick it, it was actually a little bit... Actually, he did pretty decently, but unfortunately, it just didn't really work as the monster Kaisa that we were expecting. And normally, we see him fall back to the Felios, maybe even the Varus, and you even pair it up with the Yumi just to compensate for how vulnerable these two particular champions are. But at the same time, it doesn't really, fit the expectations of what people want to see for Slater and how it works with the team. So now I feel like whenever he goes, that sort of champion, Yijin is actually there to pick up the pieces and perhaps maybe get a power farming jungler.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what the plan is going to be for Flash, because I truly felt like you were just outclassed when it came to that play style if you're on that team when it was back in Game 1. It just felt like that Talon was kind of running on all cylinders, and we didn't see what made Flash so competitive back in the VCS, being able to take on teams like GAM, where, remember, both of these teams that are coming into this final, at the end of the regular season round robin in their respective regions, they were actually second/third. They were actually not expected to be the dominating force in the grand final. They actually took it away in a Game 5 where they both were able to succeed. So I want to see Flash at least try and fall back onto some of those playstyles, especially from what we saw in the matchup against Machi yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, Flash is the type of team, too, that managed to have this mental fortitude and not crash and burn when it comes to the best of fives, despite, Game 1 being such a very, very strong loss. You did mention that it's quite similar to the game number 1 of the match against Machi. For Talon, on the other hand, I feel like it will take so much to sort of destroy their mental state. Again, we brought up how many best of fives they managed to complete, and they've had experiences in games where it's such a crushing defeat, quite similar to this.
And I guess you also have to kind of fall back to, because we also forget to mention this a little bit about Flash, because we talk so much about Slater, but there was also another member on this team, Yoshinoya, that was, again, that top lane menace most of the time, where it came time and time again where he was also one of the main focal points, but he isn't actually playing in this tournament. That's why Stark has been subbed in.
Yeah, Yoshino, I remember he wasn't able to play during the finals, and that's the reason why, the general consensus was, okay, GAM has this in the bag, but it didn't really hurt them as much as, again, they had Slater to fall back into.
Yeah, we keep forgetting to mention that about Flash, and I was like, there's something out about Flash. That is one of the main focal points. That was one of their win conditions in the regular season. So they themselves have had to kind of adjust here for this tournament. So you actually got to commend them on that front. We're back into draft, though. It looks like the plan was for a Varus ban, and immediately here on Talon, they say, all right, well, we just don't want to see that Syndra in the mid lane for Kati.
Yeah, and most likely also a good target ban towards Slater, just in case Talon decides to go back to the Aphelios, if Team Flash decides to open that up, which seems to be the choice here for Team Flash. Now, the question is, what type of dynamic do they want to go for this time around? Do they want Stark back into the Ornn? Either maybe a Maokai or something a little bit more utility when it comes to the fights, a little bit more safer, if you will, against Hanabi's Onslaught? We'll have to see.
All right, so no set for Talon, and with that too, it's going to be the Zoe ban away from Candy. So Candy ain't getting his Zoe. It's been now a couple times been taken away from him during the draft. And what's this first pick? What is the priority going to be here for Flash? What do you think you must have? The Nautilus lock-in. All right, well, I've heard of crazier, but a lot of focus onto this support that can act as a playmaker for Palette.
Yeah, it does enable what Team Flash want to do when it comes to the early phases of the game. Again, Slater not having to rely too much on Yijin to get a few kills here and there against Unified and Kaiwing. Again, because the strength of this duo is not only their long-time synergy, but also the way Kaiwing moves around the map with River. But because of how aggressive Flash is, Kaiwing is, going to be on guard duty for Unified, and now that's going to be the Aphelios being taken once again.
All right, so Unified's going to have his go-to there. So not a bad pickup there on the side of Hanabi. And we might actually get to see River once again. Yes, it will, on his Trundle. We actually saw that in one game where he was able to do just fine with it during the group stage.
Yeah, it seems to be, the PCS special. There's not a lot of huge threats at the moment as, Graves is eliminated, Nidalee is eliminated. Now, I am curious what Flash decides to go for. We've seen Yijin play on the Olaf before.
This did make it through.
Callista being picked off by FL.
So there we go. Callista getting locked in. There's been a reason Slater has drawn a lot of bans on this champion, by the way, for the last couple of days at the mid-season showdown. So we get to see him on a Callista, pair that up with a Nautilus. So if anyone gets caught out by that Fate's Call knock-up, it's going to look pretty good. Gutsy decision. You are looking to blind pick your top lane here for Stark after seeing that Hanabi was able to dominate the matchup. It does allow him to have full choice when it comes to this matchup in particular.
Now, I guess what Talon wants to decide for or go for is either, okay, maybe Hanabi can go for the 1v1. That seems to be, might be the case here, especially his performance earlier in game number 1. But now that we see Kaiwing again on the Thresh, I suppose it's going to be the typical Nautilus versus Thresh, as Braum was the one that's picked earlier to protect Unified.
So that is going to be Kaiwing's Thresh, though, which he himself is a just mad lad when it comes to his Thresh pickups. Was practically the MVP when it came to the grand finals back in the PCS. So it is not a pick to kind of go unnoticed. So I think that is a great pickup for Talon in particular. Allows them to have a playmaker and act as someone who can pretty much close the gap and allow the Trundle to get on top of somebody, as well as give that pressure a bit of alleviation from Unified with that Lantern to get him back to safety. Mordekaiser being banned away here from Hanabi, which has kind of been his go-to answer into the Renekton matchup, so picking up this Thresh so early does mean his pool is going to get targeted.
Makes me wonder if we're going to be seeing another, I believe there was this one game where it was a Quinn versus Renekton matchup in the PCS, and it was Hanabi just snowballing a top side, and it could happen again, but it will depend on what Talon decides to approach in this game, as you do have really such a strong source of damage already in the form of Aphelios. You've got really good engage with the death sentence, but we'll have to see how this is going to pan out. What does Candy decide to bring this time around?
Oh boy, do we get the Gangplank special though from Hanabi. They did ban out the Ornn. This is pretty much Hanabi laying down the gauntlet, saying, all right, sure, you can take the Renekton. I'll fall back onto my GP. And you can ask a lot of the top laners in the PCS. Hanabi's Gangplank is to be feared, and is going to be locked in for game 2 here on the side of Talon.
Yeah, and every single time, especially when they have to go up against, their fellow brothers in the former LMS, they would constantly ban these two champions, Mordekaiser and Gangplank, and make, Hanabi play something else. Just not those two. And for Team Flash, we'll have to see what they decide. Are they going for the AP Shyvana?
It is happening. There you go. So we do have the Shyvana getting locked in. You said itself this is the likely an AP Shiv, so what should we be watching out here for?
Oh, dear me. I'm expecting just a lot of unexpected damage from the side of for Yijin in particular. And this is the combo that is quite familiar. This is the exact combo that Gam played around game number 5, I believe, and it was against a Malzahar mid lane. I don't know if Candy will decide to play a Malzahar this time just to sort of repeat what happened in the Gam versus Flash finale. I am just very happy to see this. This is just, you know, Flash laying it on towards, you know, VN.
All right, so what does Candy want to bring out? He can fall back to this LeBlanc. It's been remained on ban, and to be honest, of 4 out of the 5 members of Talon have literally their comfort favorite champion to play in competitive at the moment. Unified on his near 100% win rate of Felios before playoffs in PCS. Gangplank Hanabi, that's pretty much 2 names that are synonymous with each other. And Kai Wing's Thresh, and then Candy's LeBlanc. It's River. River would probably like to have like Lee Sin or something here, but that doesn't fit the composition at all. You need a tank on the front line. Sorry, River, you're the one person out here in this instance.
Yeah, it just means that they will definitely have a hard time when it comes to the 5v5s. But now it seems to be a switcheroo. It seems to me that it's going to be a Renekton mid this time.
All right, so Kadi wants to actually take this into the matchup, and Stark would then have to fall back onto the Rise. So a little bit of a swap. Again, both can go here and there, but maybe that's what you need on the side of Flash, having that Renekton mid. Could be, again, good follow-up for the Shyvana, especially if Candy gets maybe a little bit over-aggressive. If it distorts in, that's an easy stun lineup for the Renekton if he isn't going to get taken down immediately. So we'll have to see. We're going to be loading on to Game 2 here quite shortly. Again, Talon was able to take the victory back in Game 1 pretty heavy-handedly. It was a sub-30-minute game. Flash from the VCS. They were able to upset Machi in semifinals. Now currently down 0-1 in the grand final.
Oh, this is one of those things where Flash just wants to get their sort of foundation back, considering that was such a huge loss at game number 1. And we'll have to see. I'm pretty sure Talon is prepared for this, prepared for the Shyvana, prepared for most probably the Kati pick in the Renekton. But at the same time, you know, Talon's still pretty much playing standard.
Yeah, we're gonna... I'm interested. I want to see what this Shyvana is going to do. We don't get to see competitive Shyvana over in the PCS, at least. It's never really popped up. You don't really see it elsewhere. It's mainly like a pocket VCS pick, so at least they're bringing out the regional flair when it comes to our grand final. I'd be disappointed if they didn't. I like that we're kind of butting heads. We're seeing a lot of carries v carries in a lot of these lanes, so it gives a lot of encouragement to see a lot of kills, a lot of pressure coming out of the jungle. I think it's going to be more or less up onto River and Yujin to affect these lanes properly.
I'm honestly going to be scared for Aphelios. I think it's because Kati and Yijin on the Shyvana in particular. And basically, Gangplank is going to scale later on, so perhaps this is the time where Flash can actually do their typical strategy.
Well, we're going to go ahead, load on to the Rift for Game 2. Talon with the current score lead when it comes to the series. We'll see whether or not Flash can tie it here, heading onto the Rift.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
I'm personally afraid to see what's going to happen when this Shyvana just nukes somebody off the side of Talon. I'm ready for it. I'm ready for like River to kind of walk directly up and be like, oh yeah, Shyvana, and then just get absolutely exploded. I think that'll be hilarious.
Yeah, it would be hilarious. I've seen a couple of E-snipes from, I believe, the finals of VCS, so I think that could be something that Talon should really, really watch out for. Again, the damage coming from Shyvana in particular, especially, you know, Shyvana ult can just try and access towards the backline of Unified, so it's definitely going to be scary for Talon.
Yeah, I'm happy though we get to see Hanabi. We get a GP finally from him. I think, when was the last time? Did we get to see it during finals of PCS? No, I think it was semifinals that Talon was able to run it at least once, so it's always a treat to get to see him play his Gangplank. Usually, don't be shocked if Hanabi gets himself a massive CS lead, similar to what we saw during the first game. I think Stark, though, is not a bad matchup. He can at least clear out the waves and kind of just at least sustain and at least deal with the pressure that Hanabi is going to be exerting? Or do we have Hanabi going mid and Candy's actually going to be playing up on the top lane?
Oh my. It's been a while since we've seen an actual solid swap back in the PCS. This happened during the group stages, during the regular round robin. But I believe Talon, this is the first time we've seen them in a while.
Well, Kaiwing does get hooked there. Unfortunately, not a whole lot of damage coming out from the side of Slater and Pallet, so won't be the first blood going on over. And we mentioned that these early levels can be rough for the side of Talon. But yeah, we get to actually see Hanabi go into the mid lane, so they pretty much said, you're not running away from this matchup, Kati. You can see Hanabi is not afraid to run at you and wants to at least try and force a flash. Almost able to get the solo kill in mid.
Yeah, I mean, Kati is forced to get that early back without having to, maximize his first back at least, having to consume an early teleport too, just to try and mitigate his losses. But that's going to be definitely a tough lane, and I feel like Yijin has more lanes to watch out for to relieve pressure.
And still, he just teleports into lane, and Hanabi's like, okay, I have barrels already set up, but I don't really care about that. Hanabi, though, he loves, it's a gangplank. You're always going hyper aggressive, especially early on. Also has that teleport to get back into the lane, as he has run out of his corrupting hot potions.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Hanabi getting camped by either, the Renekton versus Gangplank matchup, especially if you add in, the jungler into the equation. But it's not going to happen here, considering this is I'm pretty sure Kati, or rather Flash, did not expect the switch up. But now Stark, having priority at top side, we'll see whether... It's kind of hard to dive LeBlanc, though. That is the sad part about the switch up.
Yeah, it means Candy can at least play back. It is a long lane, but, you're not really known for your very far gap closer when it comes to the Shyvana jungle. Hanabi, though, has to get himself back over to safety. Unfortunately, he does not have enough mana, and he will get punished as First Blood goes on over to Stark.
Never mind. I was talking about dives, but we mentioned that Gangplank is so susceptible to dives, but it doesn't matter if you're a little bit extended over on towards the mid lane, and unfortunately, Hanabi had to fall.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if Yijin doesn't really have, point-and-click CC. Stark does. So, unfortunately for Hanabi, he's going to get taken down, and maybe getting a little bit too ambitious when it came to this mid lane matchup, as now Stark is actually going to pair himself into mid.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit of switcheroo, which I believe is going to be a little bit difficult for Hanabi to handle. It seems to me Candy might go back, so perhaps this will be the switch up that we are expecting, so that it's a stabilized lane, if you will, mid to mid. But so far, it has been a little bit calm when it comes to the bot side of the map. Usually, we already see a first blood prompt, but I think the first hook from earlier was the attempt, and now they're going to be just farming a little bit more.
We already see Candy's already looking to roam toward mid, so it looks like that is going to be the call, as Hook does land onto Unified. Very nicely done, and a big chunk of damage coming down out onto the Aphelios. The root back, though, is starting to get some decent damage down. Kaiwing does not have Death Sentence available for a couple more seconds. Still pretty long cooldown in the early levels on the Thresh, as River was pathing down, but Talon might be fishing for another play.
There's no heal anymore from Unified. Exhaust and a heal is going to be exchanged. Hanabi. Kati has been definitely stalking Hanabi here, as this is the third iteration of the swap. But now Talon does have priority over this dragon. We'll have to see whether or not they decide to make a pick first, or just go back and concede.
Well, it's actually not a bad start here for Flash. You got First Blood, and you've also kind of interrupted River's super early plan, which has always been to try and go for an early Drake. Now the side of Flash, do they actually know where this Trundle has gone? Kaiwing is positioning himself a little bit aggressively. Minions, though, able to soak up the hook, and that's going to pretty much be the cue for River to head on back to base. Hanabi, who almost gets dove here in top lane. Yijin's at least applying pressure.
Yeah, this is definitely quite a familiar situation that Hanabi has to endure in the first, 15 to 20 minutes of the game, especially if you have like the complete CC plus damage in the form of Stark and as well as Yijin. But this is Kati here, so this is going to be just, you dive in, get that stun, you twirl around.
Hanabi,
This
you
is
should
scary.
know better.
Hanabi?
You should know better, Hanabi. You just saw the Shyvana as well as the Renekton pathing behind you in the Tier 2. Hanabi, he does not have his flash available. And that's going to be the kill going on over to the Shyvana. Hanabi making some very lackluster moves, to say the very least. This is him just getting, I think, overconfident.
Yeah, I mean, considering, again, there's just one vision to work with around that area. Actually, there's none. So it's a little bit, just as you mentioned, a little bit comfy in towards the lane, not thinking that perhaps maybe the, Kati might be there. Yijin might be lurking around taking crud.
Meanwhile, though, Dragon is going to get started up by River. Even though he's on the control ward, he's not afraid to just jump on him. Meanwhile, mid lane, Candy finds the 2 chains onto Stark. Decides not to go for the play, though. Pallet does have flash available, wants to get on forward, picks the right target, and he'll find himself the kill on the Nautilus.
Beautifully done. And you know what? That first pick, that Nautilus is really working wonders towards for Flash. And yeah, going back at top side, Hanabi is definitely no stranger to dying a couple of times in the first few minutes of the game as Gangplank. It's totally fine. Big question is, though, will Flash allow Talon to reach that point? Unified uses ult?
Unified used ultimate pretty aggressively there. We'll take another look as Candy was the one that actually started this aggression, and he get himself a good combo, but this has been kind of the story when it comes to the bot lane of Flash, is early on you always see Pallet looking for roams.
Yeah, exactly. Especially during, the first few backs, and that is quite unfortunate considering Candy wearing his dancing shoes.
Oh, Kylin gets himself back to safety. In comes the ultimate, though, from Hanabi. Unified's a little bit too close to the action here still, as he still wanted to try and get some damage off back, but you gotta be careful of that AP Shyvana. She will absolutely ruin you as a squishy.
Exactly. There's just so many squishy members on the side of Talon, basically, and Yujin is just going to try and burst you down and wait for cooldowns and just dive towards you, and that's definitely the scary part. Yujin's still sticking around. We'll get spotted out by Ward.
River is nearby, so he is going to try and take this. He doesn't have a whole lot of mana, but over the wall Candy goes, trying to get aggressive. Ends up walking into the Nautilus of all people, though, and he gets caught out. That's a free kill to Slater, and unfortunately, that is not how you wanted to go. Meanwhile, top lane, though, Hanabi was able to survive a 2v1 and gets a kill in return.
There's so many things going on here, and yeah, for bot side, I was a little bit worried because the pillar was placed in an awkward position for Yijin to be forced to use a flash to escape anyways. But for Candy, this is actually a very familiar situation. Candy's LeBlanc has been actually very 50-50 in the PCS, and this is definitely not the best start that Talon wants.
Unfortunately, yeah, it's and even decisions like that, he just runs in. He knows there's a Nautilus in bot lane, so Talon, even though they have information available to them, they keep finding themselves making the wrong play with that information. Let's take a look at this top lane dive. It was just Kati starting things off, but Stark was very late to the party, and I think it was just Kati getting a little bit too aggressive trying to force a play.
Yeah, he tanked too many tower hits in that engage, if you will, and just as you mentioned, Stark was a little bit late to the party. Good job, though, from Hanabi. We'll have his teleport up and running, and so is Stark. But in the meantime, though, we have Slater having his very first kill, and those are the things that will definitely really hurt, especially Candy later on.
Well, in we go. Rift Herald will be started by Flash as they brought Pallet and Slater toward the top side of the map. Looks like Talon themselves are just going to have to give this one up, which is kind of custom. At least they were able to pick up the first dragon. So not a whole lot lost. It's up to Flash, though, to be the ones to actually expand upon this gold lead, because it is about a 2,000 gold lead right now. This is perfect setup right now where Flash want to try and keep accelerating this game. This is more of the style. This is what they played like yesterday in order to take down Machi. It's going to be up to Talon to try and slow down the pace of this game.
Yeah, and looks like they're going to be a little bit more patient about the Rift Herald and not, keep the lanes intact still. As perhaps this could work with funneling gold to propel Slater a little bit more faster, as Hanabi will be forced to just back away and respect the fact that there are 3 members on top side.
Yeah, and the Rift Herald, so he kind of goes, all right, guys, Rift Herald up in top lane. There's 3 members from the opposing squad. Can we get something else on the map? And you see River is at least trying to pressure down toward the bot side, but Hanabi's going to be kind of left out to dry here. They at least get the turret plating back on over to Unified, but the same was said as Slater was up in top lane, so it'll be the trade of tier 1s, but it doesn't look like Flash is slowing down, and this is kind of looking very similar to what we saw in game 1, but instead now it's Talon the one that's just giving up towers.
Yeah, and the Rift Herald was actually pretty much maximized. You got 2 charges, you managed to get the second tier tower at top side. This is actually a pretty good win considering that, again, bot side tower did not fall at all, and Talon just has to work with that.
And there we are. 4-1. Flash with the advantage. Now open up a 4,000 gold lead. And it's kind of the position that Talon found themselves in game 1. So now in the reverse, this pretty much now screams the fact that Hanabi is stuck all the way at his inhibitor tower. It's pretty much like, all right, Unified, me and you, we're going to keep scaling, and we're going to hope we can get ourselves a good barrel combo, and we can kind of win a team fight, because it feels like the early to mid game has kind of evaporated from the side of Talon, especially the fact that Candy's been pretty much neutralized by both Stark and Kati in both matchups he was in, and Flash are just going to keep accelerating, getting gold onto Slater.
Yeah, and I think that is, you know, the strength of Flash with Kati in the roster. He's really good at neutralizing the mid lane in particular, especially talented mid laners that are, you know, into more carry-centric positions. But now, just as you mentioned, Candy did not have the best early game, didn't manage to get like 1 or 2 kills earlier on. But now, can Barrage... Wait, that's a dive.
That's a dive here down in bot lane as they're going to go ahead full force onto Kati. Unified misses the ultimate, but that is 4 members of Talon, and they're able to find themselves a kill.
Oh.
River almost gets taken on down. Candy gets a bit aggressive, but has to fall back. Meanwhile, bot lane, though, they have still not been able to kill Hanabi, who's now looking for a possible play onto Yuto. And that's why you have to respect this Shyvana. It seems like Talon keep forgetting she's AP.
That's what we said when just get prepared for unexpected damage, and that's what happened to Hanabi, and I feel like that's going to be respected after that scene. And yeah, at least they managed to eliminate, exchange a kill for a kill. Big question is, the big difference is bottom tower is about to fall. Flash's tower at top side is pretty much still very healthy.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think Talon need to take a look at their scoreboard and start to realize that is, yeah, that's AP rush item Yijin right now. He does damage. We should respect this Shyvana maybe a little bit more, not go into melee range, as Hanabi was looking for maybe an outplay, but doesn't pan out. I think the question that we're gonna ask at the moment, though, is how is Flash looking to continue to accelerate this game? They've already now picked up the first Rift Herald. Second Rift Herald will be spawning soon. They have at least started their dragon stacking as well. Because it kind of feels like for them, they almost feel like they're kind of on a timer where they want to try and end this game around that 35-minute mark before Hanabi is able to recover, get all his items back online, Unified, try and, you know, end this game before he picks up his 3 to 4 item Aphelios where you can try and carry. A big shock to me, too, is River's Trundle. This is looking like the bad River Trundle, unfortunately. This is looking like the bad PCS Trundle that we saw in the regular season.
Yeah, I remembered how, you know, either you're such an amazing Trundle that is creating impact in the map, or is just very reactionary or not being able to do anything at all. And seems like they were attempting to set up a party brush. But yeah, for Flash, this is actually the game that they really wanted to go for. You have Kati just mingling with, you know, the spikes with Yijin, and as well as you have someone to fall back into for consistent damage, which is in the form of Slater, on towards his Callista, which, you know, once Runens is acquired, it's going to be such a scary, scary threat when it comes to the 5v5s later on.
You gotta give it, though, Unified has been at least able to stay into other lanes and at least farm up, so he's gonna be looking for his Infinity Edge soon on the next back. Then he can start looking for his own Runette. So not end of the world, but Talon, I think, are feeling the pressure here, and I think it's up to how these players are gonna try and stall things back out, as Hanabi only just recently went over 100 CS because he got camped so heavily, and I think he should have expected this. I don't think he should have been expected to just, you know, walk away with picking up this Gangplank. It's kind of it's the pro curse. If you do pick Gangplank, you are going to be heavily targeted no matter what lane you're in. as he's pretty vulnerable until he starts getting those items for those big barrel combos.
Yeah, exactly. And especially pre-level 6, usually the Cannon Barrage is there to clear the wave, scare off a potential dive, or maybe slow the people down so that they eat more tower hits. But that is not the case in the first few minutes of the game, as definitely the swap really rattled both teams a little bit. The second Rift Herald is going to be acquired by Flash once more. I believe that will be used in the mid lane to open it up a little bit, considering it's the only first tier tower left.
Yeah, with that too, they'll be able to naturally push their vision line into the jungle of Talon, and you can see Candy at least is going to be able to get himself a tower. Misses the distortion, but nonetheless, Kati is not actually going to try and chase him down. So we'll have to wait here as Yijin actually went back to base really quickly. He's going to likely now pick up, I believe that, how does this build go? Does he go into Nashers, I believe, next? Looks like that's going to be the play here. He's picked up the Fiendage as well as the Stinger. And we go back to River, who's become a ward himself in the river itself.
Yeah. I think that's the sad part about, you know, having to keep an eye on bot side most of the time and not allow Kaiwing to roam with him and create plays across the map. So without Kaiwing, it's really hard to engage.
Ooh, Yijin goes flying at least. Able to get the Rift Herald off. Kaiwing looked for the hook. Also had the box down, so they wanted to try and go for a play. We'll get ourselves Herald, at least getting the push into mid. Does not take down the tower, but meanwhile, Flash was able to keep themselves occupied by taking the second dragon in their favor and start stacking toward this Ocean Soul.
Yeah, Flash is actually really playing this well, and I guess it's a question of how can they keep accelerating this? How can they accelerate this lead, as Talon is just very wary when it comes to, you know, Yijin just jumping out of nowhere and then eliminating the main carries like Unified, considering, again, Candy cannot do as much at the moment as Candy did not get any early game kills in the first, I believe, 15 minutes of the game.
And also with the AP build that's coming out from Yijin, it makes it rather difficult for River to kind of act as this front line. He's actually gone ahead and picked up, he's looking mainly at armor at the moment, but sure, even with that flat health, he's going to be pretty much bursted down immediately by Yijin if he ends up running into the Shyvana. And it's kind of, it's such a big difference, because remember, game one, MVP was River, because he was all over the map, because he was making plays happen, because he was up in the face of Flash. And I think me and you talked about this before we even got onto the cast, is it felt like this matchup was going to be heavily determined by which jungle could act more aggressively on the map and have a larger impact on the lanes.
Yeah, and I think it has something to do with what do you do when Nidalee and Graves get banned, and it's most likely defaulting to the old PCS playstyle of, you know, let's meet at the third dragon of the game, and that's the time we're going to most likely fight. And it feels like that is, you know, what's happening right now in Talon, which, you know, Candy was supposed to be that bridge to at least sort of be a threat, but unfortunately it was just very hard to find picks here and there, as, you know, Flash, or both Talon and Flash, had to move around the map. Yijin.
Ooh. Quick little flame breath coming out. Able to get some decent damage, and Candy, he does at least spot out Stark on top of a ward, so he's not going to be taken down. But you can see that damage that does come out, and even just poking over the wall, just trying to get a little bit here. She ain't gated by mana, luckily, so she can just keep throwing those out while she's in the dragon form. And now you can see Talon are starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable, even underneath their first tower. Candy jumps in onto Stark, trying to find the chain, doesn't actually find it. Near will the death sentence come out from Kaiwing. And that doesn't land itself either, so unfortunately Talon are kind of stuck here as they lose their first tier tower in mid.
And it's so difficult too. Like, I like that how you bring it up in terms of itemization. Hold that thought.
Aggressive,
Okay.
but not going to actually happen, as there's also a Realm Warp just to threaten the rest of Flash to come in and join. So Talon not even able to get a pick there. I at least have to give credit to Talon. They haven't lost any more gold in this matchup. It was a 4,000 gold lead for Flash for the last about 5 to 7 minutes, so they haven't lost much else on the map. And they've been able to at least stem the bleeding, but it's still, at this point, you have to play a little bit of catch-up. Because you saw that gold graph come out for all the members. Your beacon of hope right now is Unified on this Aphelios. If he can stay alive. If he can stay alive, that is the asterisk. You know, stay alive. There's a possibility that they can win some of these late-game team fights.
Yeah, it's so difficult too. Considering you've got Yijin just gonna dive in and burst your carry down. You've got Kati too with the flanks later on, and as well as Stark that could potentially set up also any sort of backline access with the Realm Warp, and it's gonna be very difficult. And what are your options to try and protect Unified? Is that a hook for a hook?
Just fishing for a
Is
hook.
that
Oh,
little bit
Candy.
scary.
Ooh, Candy, that's pretty aggressive. Jumping into Stark, actually. Didn't actually see the rise around the corner. Had eyes for Yijin. Let's see Talon at least trying to get picks where they can. I'll give credit to Hanabi. He's been able to kind of recover in the farm game at least. He's now up to about 177. Has finished off his Triforce. So this Gangplank is slowly starting to come online.
He's used to it.
He is.
He's used to dying 3 times first.
He is a Gangplank player at heart, so he does understand, okay, I'm probably going to get camped in the early game. I'm probably going to be down a couple thousand gold. But here you go. Flash are the ones that want to try and start up this Baron. It's going to be rather difficult for Talon to try and respond here.
Yeah, considering, again, there's not a lot of fighting power just yet. You will have to rely on Unified and a little bit of poke combos from Candy. We'll see if it's enough. They have to be careful of their HP, though. They're going to be in kill range of Candy's whole combo. So I guess they concede and try again, as Ocean Drake will be the next target.
And picking up Ocean Soul here for Flash is always a great benefit. With this Dragon, they'll be only 1 more point away from getting it. So that now kind of puts a bit of a timer here on Talon. It says, all right, in 5 minutes, either a Baron's going to be started up, or you're going to have to contest the Baron, or you're going to have to contest a Ocean Soul as that depth charge goes for a... Oh, it wasn't the depth charge, it was just the indicator. Got canceled as Unified got himself to safety.
Yeah, I was a little bit afraid, but good thing, you know, Kai Wing as is a lantern, handy dandy lantern to get Unified out of danger. But looking at the for Flash right now, at least you've got Bork and as well as your Runans completed. You've got a little bit of safety with that QSS at least. Full Summoner spells just in case Flash just decides to pull the trigger. Again, considering we've seen how big the damage is coming from Yijin too. But we'll see, because engage-wise, they really have to rely on palette or flanks to set it up.
You see Stark, he's just going to keep farming. It has become a bit of farm simulator. Ping pong in mid lane, in the top lane, a little bit in bot lane too. Talon themselves, they kind of say, you know what, as long as we're not losing anything else on the map, it's not the end of the world. At least we have time to scale and get some items into our back pockets, get some gold. But I think we're actually seeing possibly the slowest game we've seen in the entire tournament between a VCS and PCS squad.
Yeah, it's starting to look a little bit familiar. It's starting to look like, you know, Hanabi?
Oh, Hanabi getting aggressive. Actually looking for a chase down here as he's going to get himself another barrel. Tried to predict if the Renekton was going to actually auto-attack it. Was close, but unable to. And he'll have to back off, continue clearing. You do see, though, he has finished off his Ghost Blade, so has a little bit of lethality into the build now. Which those barrels, if they're able to find their target, do a decent amount of damage. Stark and Yijin looking for a play. Kaiwing does land the hook over the wall, though. They might be able to catch out Stark here, and that's going to be a decent amount of damage coming out from Unified with the Aphelios ultimate. Talon, though, decide to back off as Stark gets himself down to about a 3rd health, but will survive on the rise.
Seraph's Embrace, not proc just yet. Not enough. But yeah, that was a little bit too close as the Banshees was actually removed, therefore open to any sort of additional engage coming from Talon. That could have been the pick that Talon desired, but again, quite difficult considering the amount of defense that Stark has at the moment.
Looking at items, though. 3rd item online here for Slater has his mark, so you'll be able to at least cleanse away any kind of CC that's going to be thrown at him by Talon. Kati has also finished off his GA, so he can look for dives if he wants to. And maybe we start to see Flash try and force some plays around the map, try and force some of these fights to finally come out of Talon now that they have hit these 3 items.
Yeah, speaking of I didn't get to finish my point earlier about itemization. There's a lot of even, but at the same time, just massive threats. You've got 2 sources of
hello.
AV damage.
That's an aggressive play coming out from Yijin. Not going to be able to find it. Nice triple knock-up coming out from the Nautilus.
Ooh.
That is going to be the stopwatch, though, immediately coming out from Kaiwing. Almost gets taken down. Meanwhile, top, though, Kadi has been pushing away on this Renekton, so Talon have to kind of figure out what they want to do here with this player, else they're going to start losing towers up in top lane. Candy goes on over the wall. Stark gets him low, but they're going to be able to respond. Over the wall it comes, and the shutdown goes on over to Unified, and now this Aphelios has come online. Fate's Call will get the Nautilus to safety. Meanwhile, top lane, Hanabi's at least trying to occupy himself. Kadi, though, is finding himself the 1v1 in the picture-in-picture, and he's able to take down the GP of Hanabi, unable to take down the Renekton. Hook comes out from Kaiwing, not going to find it, but now the inhibitor tower is going to get pressured.
Now for Flash, are they looking towards stopping the ports? Because there's a lot of low out targets.
Candy jumps back on in. The Aphelios ultimate came on through. They get the hook onto Slater, and the flame, the shutdown is going to be there. Yijin at least able to trade back a kill and gets himself some decent damage off on this Shyvana. Ooh. Unified has to be careful. Meanwhile, though, inhibitor was taken in top lane.
I am just shocked about the turn of the events that are happening right now. This is quite deja vu, except, you know, Talon is on the receiving end of having to stall for so long, but at the same time lose their inhibitor, and now they're attacking Baron. What does Talon decide to do?
I don't think there's much they can do. Unfortunately, they stayed too long in mid lane. They weren't able to actually finish off these kills, and with that, Flash now have Baron buff for the next 3 minutes. Ocean Drake is spawning, though, so Talon might try and go for the rush to at least delay the Ocean point. That, or maybe even just go for some kills, as Unified is going to start it up.
Absolutely scary. They have Baron, and at this point, Talon is going to teleport. They're going to pour in all their resources here.
There you go.
To me, they delay the 4th dragon for Flash.
Well, at least they get to delay. Now they just have to wait out this Baron buff for the next 2.5 minutes. But you can kind of see for Talon, if Unified can stay alive, these fights can go in their favor. Now, to be fair, there was no Renekton during that fight, so Kati could always look to try and dive in onto the back line. Hook comes out from Kaiwing, still not able to find a member of Flash, as now Push is going to come in with the Baron buff onto the tier 2. Yijin pops on over, gets some damage. Candy, though, with a nice flank, able to get a hook, and he's brought 2 members away from the rest of the fight. Unified wants to step up, but you can tell that Talon are afraid, even with Palette, as well as Kati being on 2 sides of the map. In comes the depth charge over the wall. Is the Shyvana able to find the mark? No, River able to soak up the damage.
I can feel Yijin's attempt to try and get a snipe on low health targets there, but unfortunately, you got Candy still surviving at least, but you can see how much damage Flash can deal right now. Considering, again, they've got Baron, they have to respect the incoming siege that Flash is going to do, and now they've knocked on towards bottom as well. And I suppose wait for the next dragon to spawn to fully assemble their Dragon Soul.
We'll see here is Talon at least going to try and soak up the wave. Biggest thing they're trying to avoid is losing 1 more inhibitor. Their top lane inhib still about 2.5 minutes from spawning. Baron buff will dissipate in about a minute. Unified's got to be careful not to soak up any damage from that. Shyvana has now actually opted into the bulwark, and with that, likely to go into a death stance. Kati, though, on the bot side of the map, might get caught out. Stark is trying to roam on over. The stopwatch is there, and now let's see. That Renekton is going to be trying to run for the hills. Actually just jumps on in, trying to get back the kill. It's not going to happen. Meanwhile, mid lane, though, the pressure coming in from Flash.
Yeah, and that is, you know, the attempt of Yijin trying to split push poor minions on towards top side. But unfortunately, despite Kati having all the defenses in the world, it wasn't enough time to keep pushing towards the other places, the other lanes in the map. So for Flash, I suppose they'll take that, but Guardian Angel will not be available anytime soon for them to utilize.
And it's just Kati at least getting some hits onto the tower, and Talon kind of realized, all right, we have to try and punish this, and Candy's able to start off with a chain.
Yep, and it's just the rest of Talon just pouring through. I mean, Stark was around the corner and as well as Slater, but the Cannon Barrage just zoned them out of the way. And again, there's not a lot of options for primary engage on the side of on Flash, so they have to rely on Pallet or maybe a flank coming from Stark.
Meanwhile, this entire time he also have Hanabi, who's been farming away on this gangplank. Now looking toward, I believe, his third item on his next back, as the Baron power play is only going to be about as much as it was taken for, at 1,500. And actually, yeah, Death's Dance now onto Hanabi. Starting to come online if he's able to get a good barrel combo. Ocean Drake, though, will be spawning in about a minute and a half. So for Talon, what can they do to try and set up to prevent this from being taken down? You see Hanabi already hard pushing that top wave. Does not have teleport, though, so will have to back here soon if he wishes to join the team during this next fight.
There's not a lot of vision on the blue side area of Talon, seems to me. Pallet did DOR duty, so I suppose Talon will be worried about that. You did mention about the Death Dance, also available for Unified. A little bit of survivability, if you will, since there's just a ton of damage coming from the side of Flash. That's 4
Slater.
players. Slater!
Forces out a flash from Slater. Yujin wants to jump in onto the fight. Unified, though, is able to soak up some of that damage like we mentioned. And now Yujin caught out on the outside by the chain. Kaiwing looking to fish with the Death Sins, not able to find it. Meanwhile, Kati, once again, though, is pushing bot lane. And Talon keep looking for these fights, but they're not able to finish it.
And the interesting part is, you know, we've seen the not setting up side waves and then trying to clear or trying to make a play elsewhere. But he was usually on Flash's side.
Oh, Kati. He's going to get caught out here. Tries to turn back the fight. You can see top lane. They're pinging to try and make a play happen. Gets himself back to safety. Unified and the rest of the squad have to back off because guess what? Stark is just going to try and backdoor this inhibitor, and Talon lose a lot of pressure on the top side again. And with that, it allows them to at least try and spread apart Talon if they want to go for this Ocean Soul. Candy looking for a roam, not able to land the chain onto Slater. See Talon at least trying to position themselves for these picks, but you can see Flash a little bit indecisive with exactly what they want to do, but it seems like Talon is also playing into this.
And the fact that there's no Baron threat at all,
River.
the timing is just perfect.
Has to come around the corner, and it's going to be Ocean Soul secured by Flash as River's a little bit late to the party. And that is not a feels good if you're a Talon fan at the moment. Ocean Soul always a pain in the behind when it comes to extended fights.
And they're making Talon run all over the place, basically. They wanted to go Dragon, they wanted to defend top, they wanted to pursue Kati, but Flash has been practically one step ahead. And again, the absence of that Baron just opened up so much for Flash to not be punished, you know, creating, you know, pressure in different parts of the map. Now, Talon, though, we'll see whether or not they're going to try to make moves towards this Baron, so Flash is forced to do something. But waves, though, the side waves are not in favor of Talon.
And this is kind of the opposite of what we've seen when it comes to Flash. They're usually the ones that don't have side lane pressure. They're usually the ones that, you know, they try and force down one lane, even with advantage. And it seems like this time they kind of learned from the Machi series that, all right, if we're able to get a little bit of side lane pressure, it forces Talon to have to respawn or they're going to start losing towers in their base. There's still a long climb back into this game on the side of Talon. It does feel like Flash, though, is starting to become a bit uncertain. They kind of have an idea of what they need to do to finish out this game. But the longer this game goes, the longer Unified is going to start scaling on this Aphelios as he's now starting to hit toward his final item.
Oh, that's not going to be an engage. It's really, really difficult to catch Yujin once.
So you see this, Flash are pretty much saying, all right, if Hanabi cannot deal with this Renekton, we're going to force you to do two things at the same time. Talon didn't even respect the fact that this Baron could have been started. Kaiwing looking for the hook, not able to find it. Unified able to get a little bit of damage, does get exhausted immediately. Yujin, does he actually want to try and go for the play? He is going to get brought on back, and unfortunately for them, they will lose their jungle, but Stark is now down in the bot lane. Pallet's trying to find himself back to safety. Kaiwing almost able to hit it, but the base base right now is in shambles on the side of Talon. Hanabi trying to hold it alongside Candy. Stark wants to press forward. Meanwhile, though, Unified still holding strong and wants to try and go for this play. Pal and Slater are trying to delay what they can, but now they're going to get caught out. Unfortunately, he gets rooted as well. Going to go back into the stopwatch. Meanwhile, the rest of the fight happening in the base. Unified is unstoppable. Kati gets taken on down, and Talon, even though they lost out on the Baron, they're able to get 3 members of Flash and hold on to the base.
I felt like Talon was already pretty much kind of impatient after that, because it's like, okay, you're making us run around all over the map. We're just going to press that button. We challenge you into a 3v3 in the Baron pit, and it all worked well in Talon's favor. And now there's only 2 people, I believe, that has that Baron buff. They can still try to maximize this, but at the same time, just as you mentioned, things are going to get a little bit stickier, going to be a little bit more harder, because Unified is definitely such a huge monster now, and so is Hanabi.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've kind of hit the point where I'm like, all right, Flash, you had yourself like an 8K gold lead since the 20-minute mark, but they haven't been able to finish. And we start to see now that Talon, even though they're getting spread apart, they can hold down these skirmishes in these 2v2s, in these 3v3s, as long as they have Unified to match Slater.
Yeah, and especially you wanted to use that Dragon Form ult to dive into the back line and try to poke towards your target, but eventually it's going to be a little bit difficult as there's just a lot of defense on the side of, Talon already to try and battle the burst that Flash has. So it's going to be tough. Look at Talon. They're confident now. There's Stark pushing, at bot side.
That's a teleport also coming out here. Flash are really forcing some plays as Kati, he doesn't even care. He wants to play PvE. Candy's come back, actually. Now they're going to look for the chase down, able to land the chain on Akati. The rest of the team also going to start piling on in. That forces out the ultimate from the Renekton. Meanwhile, the rest of Flash, they said, we'll go mid lane. And it's a cat and mouse game between these two squads. Flash are trying to spread about Talon, but Talon ain't having any part of it. River wants to jump in onto Pallet. Are they able to actually find this Nautilus? I don't think they will be able to, but Unified's going to soak up another wave. Hanabi's at least trying to hold what he can in mid, and this is utter chaos. Is Slater able to actually interrupt the barrel, but in comes the rest of the engage. Kati's going to get taken on out there, and there's that damage. The kill goes on over to Candy, and Flash, it's starting to fall apart. You can tell they're starting to get desperate, even though they don't need to.
Flash is playing with fire here. I mean, it's going to be a little bit tough considering that Talon is going to be brave enough to try and take advantage and catch people off guard who are out of position. And that includes, Yijin, Stark. There's really no way out of it, especially Kati too. On this Renekton, if he goes in, there's quite a difficult point to go out and exit. And with that said, Talon, despite having to run all over the place, are adjusting pretty well when it comes to this point of the game.
Note, too, we do have Elder Drake spawning in 40 seconds, which now kind of gets, well, you kind of tell that Flash don't really want to fight for this. They wanted to close out this game like a couple minutes ago. They wanted to try and make that game-ending push with that teleport. It just didn't end up happening. Now they have to face the realization that, all right, we need to get something else on the map right now, or else Talon could pick up Elder Drake buff, or we have to try and contest it where we've seen them not feel confident enough to do so. Candy, he's got to be careful. Almost gets bursted down. You can see down in that bot lane, Yujin was trying to go for a play. Unified's already starting. Meanwhile, Hanabi has to deal with Stark in the top lane. Slater has GA. What are the calls going to be? Are they going to try and rush for the base? Meanwhile, Talon are going to be the ones that start up this Elder Drake. Yijin's nearby, could look for the steal, trying to get some damage. River's going to get tagged. Did they actually see the Renekton get into the brush? I don't think they did. The play is for them to actually show now. River wants to jump on top of it. 4,000 health. Yijin wants to go for the flash steal over the wall. Is it actually going to happen? They got Hanabi in the base, so Talon have to find this, and it's going to be the Drake stolen away by Yijin, but Talon got to start running for the hills because their base is going to be in shambles, and they can't fight against this Elder Drake buff. Candy's able to get himself the chain, and in the end, it may have been messy, but VCS strike back and take game 2.
Ay, 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 what a finish from Flash. It was Talon's decision to commit to that Elder Drake, and you know what? Flash is gonna just go back to their usual strategy of pushing the waves and just split pushing.
All right, so it seems like PCS just cannot deal with VCS throw everything at the kitchen as well as the kitchen sink, see if it works kind of gameplay, because, oh boy, it seems like if PCS squads play into the chaos, they just can't handle it. As Flash, they say, all right, you know what? We're not going to try and play like Machi. We're not going to play like Talon. Even though there's some of the most wacky side lane pressure you could possibly have in competitive League of Legends, it still somehow works. And Talon fall here in game 2.
Yeah, I feel like, Talon wanted to be, they were a little bit indecisive when it comes to certain things. And their comp, too, is not exactly the best when it comes to punishing overextended players, overextended people. It's really hard as, again, you have to rely on, Kaiwing landing his hook. So that's basically it. And there's not a lot of hard CC to hold people down.
No hard lot of CC, and they pretty much did the style we said they had to do. So they somehow avoid having to fight that final fight against Unified in a 5v5. They said, okay, send 3 people top, Yijin try and steal the dragon, and it works out, by the way, which is bloody impressive that Yijin is able to get that steal off. It's a big upfront burst, and Talon trying to make plays without vision too. It's just utter chaos on both sides of the rift.
Talon is showing their playoffs weakness. Remember, most of their sort of risky plays or risky decisions and messy fights come from Baron calls. But this time, it was tested in the form of an Elder Drake. And now, unfortunately, they weren't able to kill the Elder Drake in time. It even got stolen away from them. This is the time where they're like, okay, we gotta make a decision. Let's go 3v3. It worked out pretty well still, though.
And in the end, we'll see as, for my squad, MVP on Flash. I don't know who you give it to.
Yijin.
You know what? He did get the steal off in the end, but I think Tati, the fact that he was able to exert so much pressure in the side lane, it was kind of the whole reason that Flash was able to avoid having to go for team fights. I'd say maybe give it on over to the Renekton, but sure, wacky AP Shyvana, we'll give it an MVP here on the side, at least from it comes from the English as well as the Cantonese cast.
Whew, it's interesting because there was so much respect against the Shyvana that, especially River will try to build around, magic resist more, but there is still that really scary threat, which is, Slater on the Kalista. In the end, it wasn't a Slater show, just as like what we saw from the Machi series. This is a collective effort of everybody creating chaos off of the map, and Talon just couldn't adjust properly.
Yeah, no, Talon, they need to see what they could do to try and compose themselves. And with that, they will have that opportunity. We are going to go and take a short break. When we come back, though, it's going to be Game 3. Series tied, 1 game apiece. We'll see who's able to take the hammer into Game 4.
break, now it's KDA. I'm a goddess with a blaze. 소리처럼 내 이름 잊지 못하게. Loud, 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 loud. I could take you to the top. 절대 멈추지 못해. 내가 끝내주는 bag, yeah, yeah, yeah. And when I start to talk that, oh, you know how to react. I'm a picture perfect face with the wild in my veins. You can hear it in my growl, 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 growl. So keep your eyes on me now. 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야. 다 할 수 없는
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set for Game 3 of our grand final. Flash able to cause the mayhem when playing up against Talon, and they just could not answer. Now we have ourselves a tied series 1-1 in our best of 5. Welcome back, everybody, to the Global English Broadcast. I'm Opal, as always, joined alongside by Riku. Riku, I don't know if I witnessed cursed League of Legends or peak performance. Either way, Flash are able to take home the victory in Game 2, and now we're looking at what is, in essence, now a best of 3, only 3 games to decide who's going to be taking home our crown.
Two things. Talon has never ever faced that sort of strategy or approach in the game back in the PCS. Second, this could be the typical Talon play where their win condition is reaching game number 5 in the best of 5.
And let's be honest, they have also been in this situation where they were actually down 2-1 and also up 2-1 during a best of 5. So, not end of the world if you're a PCS fan. But I think I think if you're a Flash fan, you got to take home the fact, or a VCS fan in general, is, hey, you're able to take down the first game after they were undefeated against these VCS squads during the group stage. GAM was close, but wasn't able to really do it. Flash wasn't able to do it in their 2 matches as well. And it kind of shows that they're not invincible when it comes to this tournament. Talon do have their flaws, but you got to admit, Talon was still able to give them a run for their money, considering the fact that they were down about 6,000 to 8,000 gold for a majority of that match.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried for Flash, considering that, you know, the Unified was already online. You've got a lot of, you know, threats. That's the time where they wanted to be 5v5, but pretty smart, you know. Now they're ready for the 5v5s. Let's just try to keep separating them and not let them do that sort of approach.
And in we go into draft. Talon have opted to take blue side after their loss in Game 2. I want to see, I'm always interested because I always kind of joked when I said, oh yeah, you know, Flash like to put priority on the Nautilus. Palette has really good Nautilus, is what I've come to the conclusion of. Always looking for roams, and I think both of our PCS squads don't really know how to handle the fact that this Nautilus may come into mid lane and just flash on top of one of your carries just to get the root at like level 4. As far as bans go, this is kind of the standard. Both the Graves and Nidalee getting taken away. So it feels like Flash have kind of realized that if River isn't able to have an impact on the map, Talon struggle in the mid game to really try and bridge the gap for Unified to carry into late.
Yeah, and I think it also boils down to what Talon said. You know, if they win the draft, they win the game. And now they're focusing definitely more on those flex picks like the Syndra, like the Set. And for Team Flash, what do you want to take out? Is it still Candy Zoe that has been quite scary in the round robin here on the MSS? But we'll have to see, as again, they can't afford to leave the LeBlanc open, as there's a couple of counters available that Kati is willing to take. But that's going to be a Varus not seen just yet in this series.
All right, so the Callista, though, is going to get a draw on the ban. So now for Talon, are we going to see the Aphelios priority? Are they going to try and get Unified back onto this champion? He's had good performances in the game so far, like we saw in the previous game. If he's able to get to his, 3 to 4 items, he's able to carry. That looks like that's going to be the plan as it gets first picked on the side of Talon.
Yeah, definitely. It is going to be the same pick as, again, earlier you mentioned. It's not exactly a terrible performance. It's just that he was quite consistent, but it was kind of too late. But for Team Flash, this is interesting. Back to the Misfortune on towards Slater. Not exactly a big fan, but it definitely works. But in terms of timings on the bullet time, we've seen a few whiffs here and there when it comes to Slater's Misfortune.
And that does mean that if they wanted to, this Braum is very much up and available if Talon want to pick it up, and that is going to be the hover to begin things off. Kaiwing's had a good Braum, and that pretty much nullifies your Misfortune. If they really wanted to, depending on how they want to play into this matchup, you could also maybe pick up that Ornn right away and then get some priority onto Hanvi for team fight, and then really play into the idea of that Talon is looking for Unified to hyper carry in the late game.
Yeah, and it also takes away a very comfy pick for Stark when it comes to setting up for the Misfortune for Slater. And that could be the choice in mind, considering.
Yeah.
But perhaps if they hover over this and that's going to be a lock, then Pantheon did work in game number 1.
I like the Pantheon a lot more this tournament from Candy than I have his LeBlanc. His LeBlanc we saw in the previous game wasn't really able to get anything rolling, and that was him picking it into a possible Rise or a Nectin matchup. He actually took it into that matchup, and he wasn't able to do anything on it. So I like that talent, and pretty much like, all right, let's go back to game 1. Candy, you're going to have a little bit more ability to move around the map with your ultimate to try and impact these side lanes if River isn't able to.
Yeah, and meanwhile, you got Flash with another flex pick in their hands. They really do love their flex picks into the draft, so we're still not sure if Stark is going to get this Renekton, or perhaps it's going to be for Kati. In the meantime, you know, the jungle pool will still continually dwindle as Talon removes the Elise. So now they're going to fall back to their usual jungle picks, which perhaps, you know, River, maybe back to the Rek'Sai. It is open.
It's possible. You got to remember, Flash also have that available, and I would likely say they're going to pick that out of the next rotation of picks because they'd like to try and save that counter pick for either Kati or Stark in the top lane, depending on what's going to be shown on the side of Talon. But Ornn being banned out here on the side of Flash, like we mentioned, getting rid of the Mordekaiser, getting rid of some of the picks that they can go to for Hanabi. I like that from Talon, though. Say, all right, Kati, if you do decide to go in a mage, we don't want to go against your Lissandra that has the ability to continually just lock down whatever pick we throw into it.
Are they trying to do a switch up? Lissandra, maybe still pick a LeBlanc, then put the Pantheon in the jungle. That could be something that has been done in the PCS before. For the jungle for Team Flash, though, Ejin is going to be on his Lee Sin. That's going to be pretty interesting to watch.
All right, so we don't get the Shyvana once again. It was fun seeing it in game 2. Maybe Talon realized, all right, we're not going to walk directly into a Shyvana next time. So maybe, you know, Flash like, all right, we got one cheese out of the way with the VCS special. This would be a bit of a change up if it gets actually locked in. The Kennen, there's that Rek'Sai that we were talking about, though, for River. Allows them to be a little bit more active on the map versus that Trundle we saw in game 2.
Yeah, level 3 is going to be very insane. It's actually pretty difficult for Ejin to try and duel it out. You get that resonating strike in, and then you just pop out Unburrow. So it's definitely going to be a challenge for Ejin. But now, though, will this be towards Hanabi on the Kennen? This might be the second time we're going to be seeing him from the PCS, if ever he does lock this in.
That's gutsy. As far as, you know, Hanabi goes, when it comes to this season, his Kennen hasn't been all that impressive. Like we mentioned, only played once, wasn't even able to pick up the victory, and are we getting a massive flex, and that's actually going to be a Nautilus in the mid lane, and then the Renekton in top.
Yeah, it seems to be the case as, again, you know, Yuumi has been constantly paired with Misfortune, as it has been quite tough on the nerf for her movement speed, so it really tries, it really sort of bridges that gap, if you will, and covers that sort of weakness. But yeah, Kati, he's no stranger to becoming that utility part of the roster, has been playing Galio, has been playing just that additional peeler for Slater.
So that's going to get a little bit spicy now. I don't know how well Candy's going to be able to try and abuse this Nautilus. Again, all he really needs to do is just kind of walk up into lane and just clear out the minion wave with that shockwave. So I think it will allow Candy, though, in this matchup, if he's able to, get roams off a little bit more efficiently, and it's going to be pretty hard for Kati to try and even respond. He doesn't have something like a Galio that can answer with his own ultimate to make it into a side lane. Maybe he takes teleport. Sometimes I've seen that on the Nautilus mid, not too often. I think Candy has a real opportunity here to actually accelerate some of these side lanes.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's at that point, I suppose, they will have to really sort of baby Slater, considering that's going to be a Pantheon in the opposite side. That's also going to be a Rek'Sai too. So, considering you're a Misfortune Yuumi, we've seen so many Yuumis die constantly in the MSS. So, you know, Palette really has to be careful, and as well as Slater.
It's interesting that we get to see for Hanabi, though. He's going in onto a Kennen. Much more of that teamfight-esque kind of top laner that's going to be kind of looking for possible plays. And hit level 6, we may see the Kennen just teleport bot a bunch. That could be a possibility where they throw Kennen down bot, throw the Pantheon, and then they really try and accelerate Unified on the Aphelios.
Yeah, and it's perfect too. It worked super well considering Kati is not going to be on the Renekton anymore. It's not like he can contribute to the damage pool of this composition. So it is definitely, you know, just Slater that will be a threat. And I suppose the secondary would definitely be, you know, a Stark at the top side of the map with a Renekton.
We'll see. Again, series tied 1 game apiece. Flash was able to bring it back in game 2. We'll see whether or not they can bring back the Chaos once again, try and force Talon on their heels and try and force them to have to make those gutsy plays, make those mistakes we were seeing, or can Talon remain composed, execute these team fights in the factor they're looking for, and bring it home. Onto the Rift we go for Game 3.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
And I already see that Yumi trying to tag Candy in mid lane. Not a big shock here. Oh, boy. As far, though, as this matchup has gone, I'm excited it wasn't a 3-0 in any way. I wanted to see more games in between the PCS and the VCS squads. That's the whole reason you get to have these kind of inter-region tournaments. I think it's not really all that fun if, you know, one region gets completely stomped. And, you know, there was concerns that could have happened if Machi was able to take home the victory, but Flash has come to the table. They were able to show themselves, and, you know, I think if you're a VCS fan so far, you got to be pretty proud for what this team has been able to bring to the table against some of the PCS squads.
Yeah, for sure. Again, with the way they started too in the MSS, they, you know, dropped pretty much most of their games, only had to win 2 games, which is against Machi, one against Machi, one against Gam, and basically just fell against Talon. So seeing them acquire their first ever victory against this, you know, PCS champion team is actually pretty cool to watch considering the way that they won too.
Let's see here, though. It's going to be a bot side start for both of the junglers as well. River's actually going to go for likely a full clear if he goes onto his Krugs already. Meanwhile, Yujin already pathed him directly up toward that top side of the map, so we could see some play happen. And we saw what happened last time with Hanabi. Got aggressive and was caught out because Yujin just went up there and tried to be aggressive. So I want to see whether or not Hanabi is going to make the same mistake as before.
Yeah, considering that, you know, it's a Slater palette Yumi misfortune, I assume Yijin will definitely focus more on towards top side with Stark.
Hanabi just saw him.
Spotted.
There we go. Took him a little bit, but Hanabi gets himself back to safety. Even a little bit delayed when he has the information. So Mr. Hanabi, you know, maybe he was like, did I see Elysian? Did I actually see that on my minimap? Am I sure? But he won't be dying anytime. Well, I'm not going to jinx that. At least he isn't going to be dying on the first gank here, but he does not have a flash now for the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, at least, you know, you're a Kennen, you've got that E for additional mobility to escape danger if you can see the danger from a mile away, which, you know, the ward is still pretty much present over in the middle of that river. But yeah, it is going to be in the mid lane, a little bit of trade between Kati and Kendi. And I assume for Slater, at least in Palette, they will be a little bit aggressive at level 6 once the final chapter is available into the bullet time. That's going to be a pretty sweet combo if they are able to eliminate Unified or burn a flash or 2.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think this mid lane, it's pretty hard for Candy to actually get a kill. Mainly because he's also having to run teleport. He doesn't really have ignite pressure, too, onto Kati. River's just going to show himself, just trying to get that wave shoved into the tower. Candy, you see Yujin trying to path, but he is going to stay with his jungle himself and look to try and get the back off and teleport back into the lane.
And that's going to be a little bit safe. Yeah, it's going to be very tough for Candy, but his aim is definitely trying a little bit more towards the side lane, see if he can add a little bit more pressure, especially once just as you mentioned, the level 6 comes online. It's just very good AoE, good CC on either you pair Candy up with the Hanabi, or perhaps maybe a bot side with Kaiwing. Especially such as Slater on Misfortune as well as Yumi, quite a very vulnerable lane.
Vulnerable. We can get a decent amount of poke with Pallet, as long as he doesn't step too far forward. That's going to force out the heal and the exhaust on both sides. Pallet, though, has nowhere to run. Also got another heal, though, at the very last second. He's able to survive, but that means that is going to be Yumi without summoners now for the next couple of minutes. Meanwhile, mid, Candy's starting to get some decent pressure here on Ducati. It's going to be the engage coming out. Over the wall they go. River at least forces out the flash on the Nautilus, so some good pressure coming out here from the lanes of Talon.
Yeah, that just means that there's no available flash Q on for Kati, just in case Yijin decides to visit and relieve pressure, maybe try to find a kill. But yeah, looks like it's trouble for the lanes for now. As Yijin, we'll see.
Candy does see that Yijin's nearby, but kind of realizes he's probably not going to try and jump in here. They're just there to clear out the wave in mid and try and hold that lane, as Kashi's going to have to go back to base without having a teleport.
Yeah, that's going to be tough considering we're at that almost level 6 mark where Candy can make moves around the map. So I'm assuming either Hanabi wants to set up a push towards top side to dive Stark, or maybe, you know, since Pallet doesn't have any flash whatsoever, this is gonna be a vulnerable lane.
Oh, Pallet gets caught out into the stun, and that's first blood. Going on over to Kaiwing, not to the Aphelios, but nonetheless, it's still a kill in the bot lane here for Talon to start off Game 3.
That is unfortunate.
Oh,
and
hello,
so,
Candy.
Yep.
Candy?
Yujin though.
Yeah, I think Candy kind of realizes the rest of the team didn't really go for the dive, so he's just going to back off. Pings are going to come out, though, and maybe they just want to try and jump here onto Kati as he's going to show himself. Candy able to get a little bit of damage. In comes the Rek'Sai as well, and there you go, double knock-up. Yijin's going to try and do what he can. Fortunately, he does not have level 6. Has to flash away himself. Stark, though, comes all the way down. Teleport, though, from Hanabi. Wants to try and turn back this around, and they will. Able to now jump in on top of Stark. In comes the ultimate as well for the stun. Paired in with the Braum passive. And unfortunately for Flash, they're having to run away. Unified over the wall. Candy finds himself a kill, and they're going to continue the dive as Talon open up the game with 5 kills and the only 1 kill in return on the side of Flash.
That was explosive. That was definitely Talon. Very, very sneaky. Obviously, Caddy just wanted to probably roam and see whether or not he can make moves around the map, and unfortunately, the damage is too much. That is River and Candy here, and at this point, it is just that teleport coming from Hanabi to try and deal that CC, make sure everybody dies, and you can see Pallet dives into the unfortunate death.
Yeah, unfortunately, maybe just should have left his Renekton to go away. Didn't realize that Unified was also coming on over the wall, and that's also a pretty fed Pantheon, now sitting on a 2-0-2 scoreline. And this is kind of the start. I don't even know if this is the start that Talon even expected, because this isn't even Talon making the roams. This was Flash trying to make plays.
And the thing was, we saw game number 1 where it was, you know, we didn't really feel how active Candy was on the Pantheon just yet, but this is definitely, you know, the Pantheon that we were looking for. And it's just quite unfortunate because, again, just as you mentioned, it was, you know, Kati just wanting to roam down a bot, but again, they sort of disrespected the presence of Candy coming from bot lane and walking, you know, manually towards mid.
Well, let's see here. Yujin's going to at least try and get the Rift Herald himself. He is spotted out, though, by River. And now Yujin, is he actually going to try and go for this, realizing, all right, I kind of have to back off. Q could land. River's actually pinging. They want to try and jump in onto the Lee Sin. Candy doesn't really have vision, nor does he have the flash to get over the wall, so it looks like the play is going to stop there. But a nice deny from Talon is going to prevent that Rift Herald from being taken right away.
Talon is rinse and repeating what caused Pallet's death. Exhaust and heal available, though, as Slater is still left untouched.
Smite is there, gets the knock up, but the hook follows through and is able to buffer the movement. Kati's going to be just fine. But like you mentioned, yeah, Talon, we're looking to set up the exact same scenario to try and catch out the Yumi. Hanabi Well, he's got an extra level there on top of Stark. Not afraid to actually go for the play. Gets himself the stun and might be just looking for the solo kill. Jumps on to the Renekton using his ultimate. The Dominus, though, was popped, and that forces Hanabi to have to back off. Interesting enough, Hanabi didn't actually go for the Conqueror this time. He actually went for the Spirit Airy, which is a bit of a change-up. It's not the most comp cannon rune, at least to my knowledge. Usually I see Conqueror more or less in solo queue. So lacks a little bit of that damage, more or less just there for the poke.
Yeah, truly. Most likely just want to poke Stark into either kill range before he goes all in, because in the long run, it's quite difficult to fight off Stark in the later stages of the fight, as you might get bursted down eventually and get out-traded. But in the meantime, though, Slater has been untouched. He still has his cleanse, he still has his flash, he's still pretty much okay. Zero threats, as Talon is enjoying the peace of, I wouldn't call it peace, but the lack of presence of Yijin for the past 9 minutes of the game in the upper portion of the map.
And you kind of see what we were talking about when it comes to River and his performance being a determining factor when it comes to Talon's early to mid game. If he's on something like a Trundle, it's very rare that we get to see him actually make appearance in lane. Usually he's just trying to farm, and he's really relying on his lanes to actually get themselves ahead. This time around, though, he's on a Rek'Sai. He can use those tunnels. He's not afraid to jump in onto the fights, and it's a complete different play style coming out from Talon.
Yeah, that's what I like about River on the Rek'Sai, considering that he has, such a good win rate, such a good performance in the round robin of the PCS, but then it fell off during playoffs. So now seeing him back in form with this Rek'Sai pick in particular is just, quite refreshing for River.
River going to be just happy, goes ahead. Going to clear out toward the top side. Rift Herald is still available. You can see Candy will just come on over the wall, also get that blue buff himself. And we could see, if the Lee Sin shows on a ward, which he just did, for Talon to immediately just go directly onto this Rift Herald.
Yeah, no threats, no contest whatsoever. And now what does Yijin decide to play? Does he try and attempt and make a play elsewhere? Does he want to just try and steal Talon's camps while he's busy? Do they want to attempt a kick on towards Kaiwing to perhaps even it out? But unfortunately, there's not a lot of exchange in this interaction, as, Talon has acquired, this Rift Herald with Flash just roaming around the map.
Yeah, Yijin, he gets himself like some Raptors. That's pretty much all he's going to get. River's also going to come nearby, and Yijin can't even go for this play. They do actually fully engage. Teleport is going to come out. There isn't an answer. Yijin getting some decent damage. In comes the Rek'Sai, though, almost able to take him on down. River's able to proxy himself, though, over via the tunnel, and Kaiwing comes on over, and somehow neither jungler gets taken down.
I am surprised that no one died there. Everybody was pretty much insanely low. But with that, though, Hanabi gets free reign on the turret plate, at least managed to get one. Slater getting poked out a little bit by Unified. I believe they wanted to attempt sneak final chapter into a bullet time on the side, but Unified placing a ward there is aware of the supposed attempt on his life.
That's also a very early Executioner is actually being picked up here by Unified, by the way. Got that on his second back alongside his Berserker, so really just trying to nullify the amount this Yumi can do during a all-in style of fight. You can even see Talon aren't afraid. They really want to try and get Unified accelerated in this game, already popping Rift Herald on the bot side of the map. Slater may just use bullet time to clear out the wave. Onvi, though, up in top side. Ooh, decent damage. Now he's picked up his first damage component toward his likely Proto Belt.
Yeah, Proto Belt will definitely be very helpful when trying to close the gaps for later, as to get that double mobility flash Proto Belt in to catch Slater, most especially. In the meantime, though, it is not going to be a fully utilized Rift Herald, as the Eye has been eliminated. Just one charge. And again, Slater, no threat whatsoever. Still Summoner spell intact, as Talon is going to wreak havoc in the other sides of the map.
He also now got Candy. He's just finished off his Ghost Blade, so this Pantheon now wants to start making some play. You're also going to get level 11 here soon, so the cooldown is going to be adjusted, I believe, on Pantheon. I could be wrong. But nonetheless, I think this is now the time we're going to start to see Candy really try and fly around the map, trying to get dives down in bot lane, especially with the fact that River's also trying to clear out vision into the jungle of Flash.
Yeah, I think that the time is now, especially the teleport is up for Hanabi. Dragon is about to spawn in a few. So for Talon, they want to set this up by looking for a pick elsewhere. Unfortunately, I think the plan for Flash is to try and sneak a kill over to Hanabi, and then that's the time they move towards Dragon.
Unfortunately, let's see, Hanabi, does he actually want to just go ahead and use his ultimate to try and stop this? Teleport is also going to come back in. The double stun is there. Another teleport in spawns, and Yijin just gets obliterated before he can even finish off the kill. Stark will also fall down very low himself. Kati, though, wanted to rejoin in on the fight, and Candy can't finish him off. Almost finds it with the Q. Needs to wait on the cooldown. Kati does not have any mana himself, and Candy is able to find his mark with the spear.
Woohoo! Spear snipe by Candy, and that is unfortunate because it's a 1-for-2 exchange, and you also give up dragon pressure. And the plan was definitely maybe make a pick, make it a 4v5, and on the dragon for later. But it is quite difficult to dive, especially Kennen has both flash, proto build, and as well as the stuns in the world.
And you see there on your live feed too as well, off that play, because they were able to get Yijin. River's like, all right, well, we'll also go ahead and take this dragon, and now that's both dragons that started off this game, as well as the first Rift Herald that has gone in favor of Talon. This is the exact position they love to find themselves back when they played in the PCS.
Yeah, exactly. This is the type of lead on where they want to keep pushing it. They want to not allow the enemy team to get back into the game, and they'll be extra aggressive. And it was Flash wanting to find something at least, as, you know, they've been a little bit quiet. It was always Talon that were making the plays, and Flash was just being a little bit more reactive. And unfortunately, that attempt was shut down by Talon, and now he's 3-0-2. Candy is... And at this point, we'll have to see how they're going to wait for Slater to scale on later, as it has been quite the tough game for Flash so far.
And you can already kind of tell what the idea is going to be coming out from Talon as well, as Hanabi is now going to start working toward his Zonias. He's already got the Seekers for the lane, but he's finished off his Proto Belt, so we'll likely go into that next. And that kind of just screams that Talon in the next, 4 to 5 minutes, this is where they're going to start feeling comfortable to just go for these all-ins, go for these dives underneath the first-tier tower before, Slater and Stark can really come online.
Yeah, exactly. And there's just so many threats on the side of Talon that Flash has to watch out for. And basically, since, Flash has been, watching them, they've been the type of team that is so amazing when it comes to the 5v5s. And Talon is definitely prepped for that, as they're trying to stall this out, grow them a little bit more. As we can see that Dragon is not going to be spawning anytime soon. But for Flash, they're trying to pick up pieces here.
You got to remember, though, a lot of this pressure now on the top side of the map, and that's actually final chapter going to be used into the bullet time. Yijin wants to at least finish off the kill, but the stopwatch was there, and Yijin's going to get taken down. Candy finds the kill. Hanabi ends up using his teleport maybe a little bit early, but this is perfect timing because now Lee Sin is down, and the Rift Herald's going to be spawning in less than 30 seconds.
That is going to be, yeah, that's very tough. 20 seconds on the clock for Yijin. So for, Flash?
Oh, Kati wanted to go back for the re-engage. In comes the Pantheon ultimate. Candy was hoping they would funnel into the river. There is still, of course, that mid lane tower, but pings coming out from the side of Talon as they can go ahead and jump in onto the Rift Herald.
And it all started with this. This was the plan in mind. At the final chapter, you get the bullet time combo. Yijin gonna go from the side, probably get a kick. But the stopwatch really ruined their plans. And, Talon was right around the corner to punish that.
And I'll give it to Flash. They want to try and force something, but we're at that point now where that free, stopwatch is available. You can use it for those kind of dives. And because there was absolutely no pressure onto Kaiwing or Unified compared to what we've seen in some of the previous matches where Yijin makes an appearance or two, they never had to blow that themselves. They played pretty passively, and it was just a quick, easy, all right, I'm going to go into stasis, and that's a free kill to Candy.
Yeah, and you can tell that Flash was... sort of desperate to make something happen, considering that, again, this is Talon's game. Once they go ahead, they get ahead, they basically want to force their lead, as Kati waiting patiently with Yijin here for a sneaky engage.
Oh, here we go. They're going to go and try and use what they can onto Candy. Dive will come on through. Candy at least able to soak up some damage, but there you go. Kati finds himself the kill. It doesn't look like the side of Talon is going to be able to really respond to this. So a nice pick there finally on this Lee Sin.
Yeah, nicely done. Actually, very, very clean. Also, patient play, too. Getting that ult in, and it all funnels through with all the Qs in the world from Yijin and Kati. And despite you being a Pantheon, being able to cancel out the first initial burst, there is that second wave of damage coming from the rest of the squad, and therefore no escape whatsoever.
You never expect the Proto Belt Nautilus to do that much kind of damage right off the bat, but little did you know the VCS does not care about your pre-assumptions. Mid lane, Unify and Kaiwing, though, going to continue to farm away. One thing to note is Talon is starting to work their way toward this Infernal Soul and already getting themselves vision into the jungle of Flash. So if they try and, force this through, they can try and catch off or just go ahead and fully commit. Riftchild pop it in mid is also going to give them priority. So Flash have to respond to this. 20 seconds until the until the dragon itself spawns. So maybe a little bit early, but still pressure's going to be there for Talon.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to be the timing. While a little bit early, that gives them a little bit more room to set up vision, clear wards over that river, and see if they can catch someone off guard.
And Hanbi does not have his Zonias just yet. Doesn't have a stopwatch, but not afraid to pull that and try and go in. Ultimate's going to be popped by Candy. Gets into the back line on top of Stark. Unified is going to be ulted immediately. Bullet time intercepted by Kaiwing. Candy gets himself back to safety. Hanbi still looking for the opportunity to actually pull the trigger on his own ultimate. Has Flash available. And guess what? Flash are able to disengage, but that is every ultimate burned. You still have ultimates, though, on River and Hanabi for the side of Talon.
Yeah, no bullet time, as the rest of the squad are going to actually be in the pit now, as Flash is in prime position.
Ended up getting that stun. Infernal Drake is helping them out. A little bit of damage. Teleport is going to come back from Candy, who's able to get the base back, full health, and now Talon are able to reset. Hanabi still has his ultimate available, has his flash as well, ends up pulling the trigger, takes down Yijin, and Talon want to dive in, able to get some damage. Slater now is caught out toward the side. Meanwhile, Rek'Sai still looking for the play. Hanabi gets that damage. Slater still waiting on his bullet time, so Talon should be able to take the Infernal.
Yeah, that's the problem. There's a lot of, because of the terrain now, it's just really easy for Hanabi to just dive in whenever they try to do dragon dances or contest these objectives. And with that said, it's just very, very beneficial for Hanabi on this Renekton, or rather on this Kennen.
Yeah, and you just saw this. Talon, they were happy to wait this one out because Flash ended up having to use every single one of their ultimates to disengage the previous fight, and Hanabi still was sitting on that Flash, still had that ultimate. They transition it immediately into the Infernal, and now in 4.5 minutes, they can rinse and repeat, try and force Flash into a similar situation. And like you mentioned, because of the terrain going down on the Infernal Rift, it makes it really easy for Hanabi to actually find some of these flanks without needing to even use Flash.
Exactly, and I feel pretty scared for Slater. Slater earlier into the fight actually was in prime position when Talon attempted to dive in. Candy had to meet Stark instead of Slater, so it worked out pretty well, but just as you mentioned, all the important ults for the 5v5s were taken, as Hanabi will just go away, will just retreat. Well, Legion is a Lee Sin. He's slippery.
So Talon feeling pretty good here. River's going to get the knock-up onto Kati. Kati not able to get himself to safety. That's a lot commit here on the side of Talon. Teleport will be there. Stark onto the back line. A lot being used. They get on top of Unified. In comes Candy. A little bit all over the place. In is Hanabi. Gets a big ultimate. But Slater is able to cleanse back away. And still on the side of Flash. Bullet time comes on through. A decent amount of damage is going to be there. Unified trying to kite back for his life. Not able to find it. Candy trades back a kill. But Slater still alive. Double up comes through though. And finds both members of Talon. Candy wants to try and trade back at least one more kill in a 1v3. Slater trying to get himself back to safety, but it's just not going to happen. It's the ace for Flash.
Woohoo! That was the fight that Flash was waiting for, considering that was Talon's fight that they wanted to start. And with that, again, Slater was untouched. They were aiming for different targets. Hanabi had the perfect set. It all started with this engage coming from River.
That engaged, River really wanted to try and go for this. Candy, his ultimates, he's always been assuming that Flash is going to always funnel into a different direction. Because Hanabi, the fact he's able to get a 3-man ultimate like this and there's no follow-up from Talon, that's always a feels bad if you're a Ken and me.
Yeah, I thought, Candy would have gone over towards, near that Raptor camp at least to get access to Slater. But again, Slater will be your primary threat as the game progresses. And that Flash double up really ruined Talon's day. And at this point, it's a 1v3. Can't really do anything as much, especially on the Pantheon that will eventually lose its prime and, as that really scary early game champion.
But there you go. On the side of Flash, they're able to make up some of the goal difference as well. They'll be pretty happy with the fact they're able to get some shutdowns, especially onto Slater, who's now sitting on his Infinity Edge and Essence Reaver. Talon, you see Hanabi? This is actually going to be an AP cannon all the way, by the way. So we're rarely going to see Hanabi actually go for a split push in any form. They're even trying to hunt him down at this point. Does have stopwatch, though, for the next fight, because you did see that Kennen did get blown up right away, so needs to get that Zhonya's next. But not too bad. Talon, though, looking to set themselves up. Candy has ultimate available, too. Do they go on in? Kaiwing trying to soak up some damage, but the side of Talon saw this was coming on in, and they still try to go for the play. River wants to jump in as well himself. Hanabi trying to get in range, ends up popping the ultimate, but they lost Unified. They lost the consistent damage member on the side of Talon. Doesn't matter, though. Candy's able to do a decent amount himself, and they finally find himself a kill. Palik gets himself back on top of Stark. Candy trying to shred him on down. Kaiwing has to let him go to die. And Talon decided to let this fight happen, and it backfires once again, and Candy can't pick up the kill.
Oh my, that is absolutely Talon's game again. A fight to start, but Flash is always on top of their 5v5 game, and it was just unfortunate chaining of skills. You saw Hanabi's ult was not available. They were outnumbered in this point of time, and once the final chapter kicks in, you're just locked in place to eat all of the damage.
I love that Candy's playing Pantheon. But can he put an ultimate onto the group for once? He ended up ulting into mid lane. If he gets that damage off, that's amazing. But unfortunately, you see Talon, they get overconfident or a little bit just mismanaged when it comes to their timings on their fights. And I have no reason to believe Unified and Kaiwing should be taking that fight in a 2v4, expecting a Pantheon to make it there in time.
Yeah, it takes a while for the channeling. It takes a while for Hanabi to arrive. So they really need to let Candy start the fights first
Slater.
for Hanabi.
Okay, if they get Slater like this, though, that is disaster. The knockup also comes on through. Talon are not slowing down. They may have made one mistake, but they do not give up as River is able to find the kill onto the Lee Sin, which opens up the Infernal Soul.
It did not face them at all, it seems. And the timing is perfect, too, as Slater, as a misfortune, as you're just in lane against, Candy on the Pantheon, it is absolutely very difficult to try and fight and react out of that. And now, that's 20 seconds on the clock, 13 more or less for Slater. Talon is going to be knocking towards the Baron.
And there you go. You got to see what happens with a Pantheon ultimate. Gets right on top of one of the squishy members. And Candy also picks up a bunch of kills himself. And with Infernal Drake, this is a very quick Baron. It's up to Kati and the side of Stark to try and steal this one away. Prowling Projectile will not find its mark. And it's going to be Baron now for Talon for the next 3 minutes.
Yeah, Unified has definitely enough items already to try to shred that down with the Infernal. And as you can see, this all started here. This is them, Talon, hugging the wall. And there's not a lot of options for you to escape with what you have, especially as a misfortune, with how much engaged that Talon has.
I'm loving this brawl style come out from Talon. They're not afraid to use it. Stark does at least trade back a turret up in the top lane. It's still about a 3,000 gold. It's up to Talon here to really break open this game, though, as Candy is very far accelerated on this lethality build. You've already got the Edge of Night, as well as the Ghost Blade. 2 Black Cleavers also for the rest of your squad, and I think the big one, too, is Hanabi has been able to finish off his Zhonya's. So once he gets into the middle of the fight, he can survive.
They can definitely stall it out, wait for a little bit of cooldowns, and just survive as much as he can. Phantom Dancer already completed for the side of Unified here on the Aphelios, so a little bit of survivability. For Slater, though, doesn't have cleanse, so that's something that Talon can take advantage of, considering, again, there's a lot of, heavy CC on the side of Talon in the form of the Kennen and as well as Candy.
Well, Talon just going to go ahead and apply side lane pressure while they can, because in most instances, Hanabi isn't going to be necessarily able to match Stark because he went AP. Candy, though, can always be there. Rest of Talon also going to come nearby for members into the bot lane. Meanwhile, top lane is going to be taken as Hanabi is left uncontested.
Yeah, it was Yijin that was in the area to try and prevent this, but unfortunately, there's nothing much you can do. Now, knocking on towards second tower here. For Flash?
That ain't good.
Oh, dear. Uh-oh.
Slater. I'm actually shocked Talon decided not to pull the trigger. I think they just don't know what the rest of Flash was, even though they were just in the base. Talon could actually picked up 2 quick and easy kills. Nonetheless, Talon push into the mid lane tower as well and start open up this gold advantage by about 5,000. Hanbi also looking for a flank here. Does not have Flash, but does have Proto. Also knows he's not seen on a ward. Yujin gets caught out here. In comes the Pantheon also onto the back line. It's a bit of a mixed confusion here. As you did see, Unified and the rest of the squad, they're elsewhere. Yujin gets taken on down, but they got Hanabi. Wasn't able to pop his Zonias, and it looked like Candy wanted to go for the back line on the base, while the rest of Talon said, hey, we're happy picking up the quick pick. Let's see, though. Able to get the slow on Kati, but won't be enough.
Yeah, I was a little bit worried during that engage. Just as you mentioned, their targets were a little bit separated, and unfortunately, Hanabi had to suffer. Good news, Hanabi does have teleport, so that's something, and there's no other objective to take off of the map, so it is going to be pretty. They will be waiting for that. Meanwhile, it all started here. It was Kati meeting Hanabi over the brush.
Yeah, Hanabi. You can tell Unified was like, should I help him? Should I just let him go? And then the rest of the team was killing somebody else on the map. So a small misplay coming out there from Talon kind of takes the wind out of their sails, but you do have to remember, 2 minutes now onto this Elder Drake. Hanabi is still back up. He will also have his Flash available for this upcoming fight, as well as teleport, so if he can find a good flanking ward, that can work well for the side of Talon. Yujin, he's coming directly into the middle of a team, and he's going to get taken on down. And he has been spending a lot of time in that gray screen, I'll have you know. Currently 0-9 on the Lee Sin.
Oof, that is, yeah, 0-9, not exactly how you want to go, considering the early game was, Yijin wasn't able to, I didn't really feel Yijin's presence in the first 20 minutes of the game, and it is due to the fact that Talon is just pressuring Flash everywhere. Now that's 20 seconds on the clock once again without their jungler. That is fine, but most of the time during this point of the game, Lee Sin will fall back into that play-making style of looking for flanks, getting that kick on towards Unified towards the team, but that's not going to be available, and, you know, Engage will be a little bit telegraphed, or perhaps rely on Stark for that flank.
And yeah, because Yujin kind of got shut down so much, he's also gone full damage. He isn't even going tanky Lee Sin, so if he even tries to jump into the middle of the fight, you saw how Hanabi was able to take off about a third of his health bar with just him going into the electric run on the side of the cannon. Yeah, it's not a fun time to be Yujin, but if he's able to make that hero play, and Talon would know hero Lee Sin plays. River was able to steal away a dragon in Game 5 of the PCS final, so it's not out of the question for that Lee Sin to still be able to do something, especially possibly right here if they're able to find a good flank onto these members in mid lane as Yujin alongside Pallet. Does look like, though, Elder Drake will be spawning in less than 10 seconds. Baron's still about 30 seconds out. So Talon are going to be the ones to try and get some positioning here as Yujin's still waiting, still wants to get a massive flank, is going to show himself through the mid lane. Just gets spotted out, though, by a tower. So unfortunately, can't really move anywhere, and he tried to go for the jump over the wall. He ends up failing. Hanabi also has the teleport flank, has Flash available, and Flash, they're on two sides of this Dragon Pit. Do they wish to try and go on in? Candy pops his ultimate, gonna jump back in, immediately onto Slater, and Slater's gonna get targeted. Talon just back off the Dragon at this point. Pallet's also gone. Kati ends up using his teleport to get into the middle of 3 members from Talon. Hanabi on top of Stark himself, and poor Stark is gonna get taken down. Hanabi finds the kill, and even then, Candy jumping on in, finds finds himself the stun, the knockup from the Rek'Sai, and all 4 members of Flash get taken down. Kati is trying to delay. Meanwhile, Unified pushing in bot lane.
Yeah, Unified heads straight towards bot side, and this is going to be a very, very long fight, but you know, Kati will definitely win that one. He has a lot of magic items in his inventory, but it don't matter as we see Talon already knocking towards the base.
And with that, without the Nautilus able to come back to the base, it's actually Kaiwing who's able to stall him out. And like that, Talon are able to strike back here in Game 3 and bring the hammer into Game 4, going up to the series 2-1.
And there we go. It's match point for Talon. It seems to me the brawl style of play is definitely where Talon succeeds over Flash. And it seems to me, you know, perhaps they could just rinse and repeat to just win the championship.
Yeah, unfortunately there for Flash, it kind of felt like that Talon kind of said, okay, enough screwing around. We're going to get ourselves Pantheon. We're actually going to play from our mid and jungle and make things happen. It's kind of a complete turnaround from what we see in Game 2, where if River's on a, you know, high-impact champion where he can try and make plays in the early game, help his lanes out, it's a completely different story if he's on something that's farming away like Trundle.
Yeah, I'm not exactly a big fan of game number 2. Again, we did mention before the cast, it will really heavily rely on how River and Yijin move around the map. And it seems to me the early part of the game, it was basically Yijin trying to pick up the pieces, like, where do I go? Because basically, you know, if you add Candy into the equation, it just makes things 3 times harder.
Yeah, and unfortunately, like, once Candy gets this far ahead, it's a rough time, to say the very least here, as MVP is going to be Hanabi in the end, and also another replay. I think that's fair for Hanabi to actually get it. Though, he had some good cannon ultimates, to say the least, but Candy started to really pop off there in the later part of the game.
Yeah, I think maybe perhaps the angle of his ultimate placements probably bumped him down, and that's the reason Hanabi is our MVP now. But at the same time, they actually, you know, Flash had signs of life here with Slater's flash into the double up, and unfortunately, it's, again, there's still too many threats on the side of Talon, and there's only one Slater.
Yeah, these were some of the fights that at least Flash were able to take, but then it came down to something like this, where Talon had full opportunity to kind of take whatever fight they wanted. Slater completely out of position in the back line. Yijin's way far away from his AD carry. Unfortunately, the poor Yuumi can't do anything. And even then, Kati ends up trying to teleport into the middle of the team, but Hanabi's already taken down Stark in the mid lane.
Yeah, they were a little bit separated, as I think they were trying to do a pincer attack. Yijin was in the position to try and attempt a steal on the Elder Drake, but the moment that Candy dived in towards Slater, that was the time that it was a little bit difficult to keep Slater alive, because again, everyone was pretty much separated to get that pincer in.
I like that. MVP, we gotta mention, yeah, it was Hanabi once again on the cannon. So congratulations. I like seeing Hanabi on something where he can be kind of a playmaker himself. He does have that skill and the ability to do so, and it kind of makes sense now, the runes, because I was kind of wondering what was his plan when he was going, you know, to summon Aerie there. Well, it's so that he can always apply more damage when it comes to those team fights. So Talon now go up 2-1 in the series. And for you Flash fans at home, I do have some information. We're going to have some subs. Those subs, though, I don't actually get to know until we get into the next break. So I haven't been noted there is some substitutions. Whether or not we're going to see Yijin come out for Ego. Ego made his debut only yesterday against Machi. Didn't go so well. He plays super mechanically skilled champions. He was able to get up to Challenger on the Korean server with 90 ping. He's a bit of a monster himself. Are we going to see Nayul go back into the mid lane, bring in some of that international experience? We'll have to see after a short break. When we come back, though, Game 4, and we'll see whether or not Talon could close out the series and take the crown home.
Awake to my voice and hear the call within. Embrace the fear inside. Surrender your mind to mine again. Close your eyes, have faith in me, and leave the light behind. You're never alone. Whenever it's gone, let the shadows take hold. You're never alone. Let the poison in. Feel the warmth arise. Close your eyes, have faith in me, and leave the light behind. You're never alone. Whenever it's gone, let the shadows take hold. You're never alone.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I got some unfortunate news. We're going to be currently going on a little bit of a longer break. We just wanted to pop in and give you guys a little bit of an update of what's happening as far as Game 4 goes. So, as you guys know, I guess we can also bring you the news. It is going to be Nayul and Ego subbing in on the side of Flash, which I guess we could talk a little bit about here because that itself is... that's a bit of a change-up we didn't expect from Flash because we thought the previous rosters for the first 3 games is the stronger one.
Yeah, you're right. This is the exact same roster, the previous roster that went towards finals against GAM. So the new addition to the roster, which is Nayul and Ego. Ego has debuted in their match against Machi, but in the meantime, Nayul has been playing towards, the MSS round robin stages and have only secured 1 victory out of, all of the matches that they had to play.
Yeah, and you also got to bring in the fact as well, Ego, he didn't actually debut until yesterday. That was his first competitive game of League of Legends on stage. He has been able to, again, I think for him, that's already a big step up you have to consider where, like you're coming into international competition, by the way. International competition. He is rumored to be a very mechanically skilled jungler himself. As we did mention, he was able to make it to Challenger on the Korean server actually this week, right before he started, with like 90 or so ping. That's actually incredible to see, especially he likes playing stuff like the Lee Sin and stuff along those lines. So there is highly a possibility here that, Ego comes out of nowhere and is able to kind of steamroll, which we have seen work against Talon before, but as you guys can probably tell, we are going to be going to, again, a short break. When we come back, we'll keep you guys updated with the current situation as we look forward for Game 4 of our Grand Final.
언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아 근데 수없어 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여 I'm troubling you running it I'm so cold when I move that way you gon' be so blown I'm the realest in the game said I'm on fire with the blade you're about to hear my name ringing in your head like whoa so keep your eyes on me now 무엇을 보던 좋아할 거야 I'm so tough let's get it show you out can you feel the rush
Tell me where do I go? Tell me where do I take us? Your heart is starting to slow. May the water be safe. As I dive in, bloodstains washing underneath the waves. Upbeat, reaching out to keep you safe. As we fall, I can't hold on much longer. We're drifting down to the other side. Try to pull us under.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get set for Game 4 between Talon and Team Flash. Talon with the opportunity to close out the series with a victory here and take home the crown for the midseason showdown. Welcome back to the English broadcast. I'm Opal, joined by Riku. We're already directly into draft, and the big story here for Flash, they're going to be taking A, blue side, and 2, we have ourselves 2 substitutions in the form of Ego and Neul.
So for Ego, this is going to be his second game. He debuted yesterday in the semifinals against Machi. Neul has been playing majority of the midseason showdown with the round robin. Unfortunately, only has acquired 1 victory over most of the matches, and therefore what adjustment that does Team Flash, as we did mention before we headed over to the break, is that the roster previously was the strongest of Flash.
But we already see from the bans, this is Flash adapting. They don't wish to see this Pantheon that has netted Talon their 2 wins so far in the series. Meanwhile, Talon getting rid of the Syndra as well as the Set and the red side Graves ban. Now for Flash, are they the ones that are going to first pick the Aphelios away from Unified? And that does appear to be the case.
Yeah, and that's going to be the first time in a while since we've seen Slater on this Aphelios pick. Usually he would go for the Callista, he would go for an Ezreal if it's open, but now he's going to be on that Aphelios, which might be something that, you know, Talon can play around with. Now that we see Ezreal being picked up, will we see the Yuumi being picked here at the second rotation too?
Yeah, possibly lots of poke coming out from that bot lane. Interesting, though, that we are seeing Unified have to fall back on the Ezreal before even, like, the Misfortune. When we were back in the regular season of the PCS, the priority for the Ezreal, at least for Talon, was pretty much non-existent. It was always, all right, if we don't get the Aphelios, we'll fall back to the Misfortune. But they seem to rather have that, as well as the Renekton getting locked in, likely for Hanabi in the top lane.
Yeah, I really like this pick coming from Talon. It seems to me they really want to end this, you know, this series, win the championship in this 4th game. They don't want to go to a game 5, which they have been doing time and time again since the PCS playoffs. And with that said, it might be a little bit... Oh!
I have a feeling that went down to 0. I think this is the Draven situation. I'm doubting that Vayne's getting... Yeah, I just got confirmation that is not... It's supposed to be a Vayne pickup. So it looks like we will be remaking the draft here quite shortly. So the Aphelios, Ezreal, and Renekton still be locked in. Unless this is something crazy and this is something completely different. Maybe. Is this actually a Vayne? Are we still going through with this?
I mean, if Stark picks up the Vayne at top side, I think, you know, Hanabi might not have the best of times, especially if you probably try to kite a little bit better around that Renekton. I think it works pretty well. I like it.
Okay, yeah, I just got confirmation we're going to be remaking the draft here, so it seems like the issue over in Vietnam has persisted. So we'll hopefully be swapping. We're going to actually swap on to an offline draft, so we just aren't going to run it through the client. We'll get you guys information for the draft very shortly. Quick reminder, this is, of course, Game 4 of our grand final. It's VCS versus PCS. We originally came into this tournament, and especially after the group stage, we expected this matchup to be Talon taking on Machi. But Flash was able to prove the haters wrong, prove the doubters, and were able to take that series 3-1, but now find themselves on the brink of losing in the grand final, with Machi currently having series point in hand heading into Game 4.
And I think that is the best part about the MSS. You know, Flash started out pretty rough in the round robin, only acquiring 2 victories, then an upset on Machi, and then getting a game off of Talon in this series, considering they've never won against Talon in the round robin. And it's just one of those things where, you know, the VCS fans might have been disappointed at first, but now I think they're pretty happy.
Now I can see actually coaches are coming in onto the computer, so they're going to go ahead and do the draft. When we get information for you guys, we'll hopefully have that for you. I'm still waiting on a little bit of the information. I actually do get to see it, so I'll get that loaded up for you. But as far as this goes, Riku, overall, like, I find it so weird that we're actually getting Ego and Neul back into this roster. And it's kind of 2 flips of the coin. It's Ego's second competitive game of League of Legends. He's apparently this prodigy that Flash has been able to pick up that can, you know, get up into the top ranks of Korean solo queue. And you got Naeul that, of course, has that World's international experience coming over from when he made the appearance back in 2018.
Yeah, it's a little bit of dynamic. It adds to a different dynamic, rather, considering, Kati has always been, fielded into the mid lane roster as that neutralizer for carries in the mid lane that are very, carry-centric, if you will, like maybe perhaps Candy, maybe perhaps Mission in a while. But for now, it might be a little bit different. Now that we always look into just Slater and then Yijin as carry, perhaps Yijin can step a little bit back and put Naul into a little bit more of that, control mages, perhaps, maybe a little bit of assassins here and there. So I think that is the dynamic that Naul brings to the table for Flash.
All right, so I've gotten the draft actually sent to me right now, and I am able to see it. So instead of the Vayne, it was meant to be an Ornn lock-in on the side of Flash, and then the Braum. So actually, they're going to be putting Stark likely now onto something that can just soak up lane presence, even if Hanabi's on this Renekton trying to whack away with him time and time again. As long as he's able to stay back and farm away, he'll be at least useful for the team later on alongside that Aphelios.
Yeah, I mean, it was, again, Hanabi and as well as my brain just, Stark, yeah, Hanabi and Stark are just a little bit of parallels, if you will, when it comes to what they bring to the team. Sometimes, Hanabi would go for Ornn, or sometimes go into a little bit of Bruiser, a little bit of dueling, and I think that we will finally see Stark back into the Ornn again to provide a little bit of more, being that meat shield for Slater.
Yeah, so let's see. You also mentioned during that draft that they could possibly go with something like the Yuumi Ezreal. What that was the case. That was actually their third pickup, and now heading into the second round of bans, it's actually a bunch of junglers being taken off the table. Flash get rid of the Trundle, and then Talon getting rid of the Olaf.
Now with this, it sort of puts Ego in a spot. Do I play the Lee Sin again? He had that really nice magical kick at one of the Machi games yesterday, but unfortunately that was just it. It didn't really translate into anything. So if Ego wants to create more impact, if he is definitely indeed comfortable with the Lee Sin, I say just pick it up for Flash on this do or die situation and bring it to game 5 and just try to match, River's early aggression with whatever he's gonna pick. Perhaps Rek'Sai and Jarvan could be quite the juicy pick for this draft in particular.
Well, actually, it's weird here, because Flash was actually hovering on the Elise ban, but decided to actually ban out the Sylas instead. So for them, they're actually leaving on the table the opportunity to go with this Elise if the Rek'Sai is locked in, as Talon got rid of an Olaf as well as the Zoe. Interesting enough to take that one away from Naeul, considering Candy's been usually one to actually play it to success on the side of Talon. But now Elise is going to get locked in, considering it didn't get banned out here by Flash. That does give them the opportunity here for Ego, if he wishes, to go on something like the Rek'Sai.
I'm a little bit afraid. We talked about how strong Talon's 2v2s is and 2v2s are, and the same goes for like Hanabi and River, and that is going to be a deadly combo. We've seen how early game dives just go in favor of the Renekton Elise combo, and just as we mentioned, Ego could just, pick the Lee Sin up. If that is what you're comfortable with, go for it and just try to match River in the game.
Yeah, if you're going to go with this Lee Sin, go for it, I guess. We'll see whether or not that's actually going to pay off for them. But final pick up here, we are looking toward the mid lane. And Talon's draft setup, it has allowed Candy to go ahead and just get the counter pick in his favor if he wishes for it. And this is a bit of a change up. We're actually going to have Flash likely be picking up what looks to be a Corki here. And yeah, it does get locked in.
That's pretty interesting. I wonder if, Candy would go back to maybe perhaps a Galio, perhaps an Azir. This is going to be classic mid lane matchup, I suppose, back in the PCS finals, and we're going to see it again.
Yeah, we're getting the PCS regular season special. It was Corki Azir in the mid lane almost every Talon Machi's game. And that was pretty much the go-to. It's been a while since we've actually seen Candy on the Azir. That's kind of been the one control mage that actually has kind of fallen out of 10.10 when it comes to at least this tournament, as for most of the PCS teams, that was always a go-to pickup. We've only seen it banned a couple times up against Mission from the VCS squads.
Yeah, exactly. It's just one of those picks where it sort of rose into popularity once the playoffs started, especially around, former LMS teams like Machi, Talon, and as well as AHQ. And now we see it again. Meanwhile, for the side of Flash, this will be the first time we'll be seeing Corky getting picked up by Naul, as he has been falling over on towards the LeBlanc and the Zoe picks every single time.
So that will be likely our draft. Again, you guys will see a graphic come up on your screen, hopefully quite shortly once we get ourselves set and ready into the game. Because they had to do the draft offline, we'll then go into, of course, a lobby and then get that drafted very shortly so they won't have to swap back and forth. Everyone gets in on their champion and we get things locked and loaded for Game 4. Of course, this is match point for Talon if they are able to take home the victory. And interesting enough, this kind of puts a lot more of that carry, I guess, burden onto the mid lane of Candy, who's going to have to bring out the Azir and try and find opportunities when it comes to team fights.
Yeah, it's like a window of opportunity will not be present just the same as a Pantheon, where you can make actions around the map immediately, especially once you have a very strong level 3, you can go walk around or go around with your jungler, maybe even level 6. But this time around, you're in with an Azir, so basically you might want to play a little bit more defensive earlier on and wait for your spikes. That's the reason why I'm a little bit worried, because what if Flash has more room to roam around this time without Candy involved to supplement any sort of pressure just yet?
Yeah, so we'll be loading on in really shortly and see whether or not that's going to be the case. Flash, I'm interested. This is a much different kind of composition. This is much more like what we would see in the PCS. It's a much slower pace kind of game, but who knows? Maybe VCS are going to be seeing Orin try and dive bot lane at level 6. Who bloody knows with the teleport? You guys, of course, though, at home, be sure to follow the channels if you guys want to keep up with the PCS or any kind of inter-regional tournaments that the league is involved with. We always have an English broadcast, so if you guys are watching on the Twitch, YouTube, or Facebook, be sure to leave a follow. And you guys can also check out our new English Twitter, where you guys can get a little bit behind the scenes with some of the players after the victories, as well as some post-match interview possible translations that you may not see here on the English side as well.
Yep, and at that point, all I'm thinking is that how with this new 2 subs coming in the middle of the series, how do they adjust from this? Like, that is my only concern, considering, again, it was these 2 subs that played the first game against Machi, and then the original roster from the VCS finale came in.
But you got to understand here, Talon themselves have a curse of some sort. You got to remember this. This team, you even said it yourself, their win condition is make it to Game 5. So right now, it's up to Flash to actually get Talon to that win condition, like you mentioned. Because Talon, every best of 5 they have played this entire season has gone a full length. Because either they have trouble closing out series or they're able to fight themselves back into the series, sometimes doing reverse sweeps. We saw that up against AHQ during playoffs in the PCS playoffs. Flash is kind of similar too. Flash actually took their victory away from GAM in the VCS Grand Final in that Game 5 after what many considered to be one of the weirdest drafts they've ever seen from GAM, and Flash was just able to punish it there. So I find it weird. It's almost like Talon, they're the ones that are saying, okay, we're going to try and see if we can play this kind of style, and if VCS is able to adapt. If not, then hey, we get ourselves a victory. If not, we still have that Game 5, which apparently we just get super buffed.
Yeah, I mean, based from the composition that, Talon has assembled, it looks like they really want to end it here and now without any sort of leeway. You have, again, most likely one of the weaknesses of Flash, which is, again, the top portion of the map. So I'm looking forward to them capitalizing on that and just focusing on Hanabi and River making movements in the early phases of the game.
Yeah, well, you can see Hanabi back into his chair. Rest of the players from Talon, I even saw the loading screen up in his glasses, so we will be getting in onto the Rift for Game 4 quite shortly. Flash need this victory in order to force a sudden death Game 5 for our grand final of the midseason showdown. Talon, simple Nexus explosion for them, gets them the crown themselves. So we'll see whether or not VCS is able to fight their way back or PCS can remain dominant. I think overall, this has been a great playoff so far. The simple fact that we do have a VCS squad in this grand final. Many people, especially after the group stage, kind of assumed, hey, this is likely just going to be, you know, PCS Spring Break edition pretty much when it comes to this final. Machi versus Talon final. That ain't nothing new if you're a PCS fan, at least for spring. But now that we have a little bit of spice with Flash in the picture, I'm looking very forward to this game 4.
Yeah, and if Talon does indeed win this game and win the championship title, it's a hell of a good start for this Talon organization. First year into the PCS, then you enter the midseason showdown against VCS and taking that second crown too. That must feel really, really good.
So we'll see here as we get ourselves. It's getting a little bit late, but thank you guys for sticking with us as we've had ourselves, you know, the stray internet issue here and there. It's a lot of load, actually, onto the internet overall across the board in Southeast Asia. Everybody's staying on in. Everyone's just trying to keep up. Maybe they need themselves a Red Bull power tower like me, and then everything will be fine, possibly. I don't know if that actually helps with your internet. I can't say it will. But I will say this. We're going to be loading on into the Rift. Game 4 just around the corner. Flash taking on Talon. Talon looking to lock it home. Flash looking to force that dreaded Game 5. We'll see whether or not that's the case as we load on into the Rift.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
And here we go. Like we mentioned, we'll give you again a quick overview of the draft. It's an Ornn in the top for Flash, as well as the Lee Sin in jungle. Corki mid, I keep saying, every time I say Aphelios, I want to say Unified, because that is usually who's bloody playing it. But Slater this time is going to be on the champ, as well as the Braum alongside him. For Talon, it's the Renekton Elise with the Azir in mid lane. Then the Ezreal Yumi combo with a lot of poke coming out from Kaiwing and Unified.
Yeah, it's understandable. But for the side of Slater, he did play a lot of Aphelios in the regular season. I believe it is his best win rate champion coming into the series. So we'll have to see how this thing performs as Ego making a early rotation towards the blue side of Talon.
Oh, making something happen, it seems here, as Unified is going to spot this out. They also have River nearby. The invade's going to come on through. It's always dangerous to try and contest when there's a Braum, but missing that Q is pretty big, and River now realizing, all right, there isn't a whole lot of vision here. It's going to be the 50-50, and whatever jungler's going to be able to get the smite here is going to have themselves a nice little tempo advantage. That's also the exhaust coming out. River getting a little too far forward, and oh no, is the curse real as First Blood goes over to Flash to start off Game 4.
Whoa, that is absolutely not the start that River wanted, having to burn a Flash, but still falling towards his death. That is Flash again with an unexpected start, and Talon not able to react properly.
Oh boy. Now Ego maybe getting a little bit too close in on the action himself. Will get himself back over to safety though without having to burn a summoner, as Unified and Kaiwing unfortunately can't do a whole lot. Let's take another look here. A lot was expended, and unfortunately River just kind of walks up into the exhaust range.
Yeah, trying to walk in, not very sure, as I think a little bit too reliant on perhaps Kaiwing with the additional healing earlier on as sustain. I actually thought that Talon perhaps could, you know, win, but they lack the necessary CC to hold someone down, and I think, oh dear me.
This is gutsy from River. He is just going to get spotted out here, so it looks like he wants to try and contest this. Does the Corki at least try and path his way over? River not backing down from this fight, as the Azir is also holding down Aul in mid lane, so making it very difficult for the mid to come on over and respond. It looks like Ego is going to respect this, as River is going to go ahead and start up the blue once again. We'll see, though. Ego doesn't want to let this go. He's trying to bring it. River's bringing it all out into the river. River, you might as well just let it go if you're not going to take it. Bit of a wacky start coming out here, as the tempo a little bit skewed for River, it seems, in Game 4.
Yeah, I think that is definitely a win towards Ego. We'll have to see, as it seems to me that he's decided to move towards red buff instead, so they will do spot this out. But eventually, at least there is an exchange of buffs, so River doesn't have to lose too much. But rhythm-wise, I think, yeah, River definitely lost a little bit. And in that exchange.
Yeah, he's going to be about one camp behind most of the time. And he's also going to be tracked through the jungle if he decided to go onto the Gromp, but decided against it. The control ward was already laid down. And really can't actually make a play toward the top side of the map. But Ego wants to come back down toward this bot lane to maybe try and apply some pressure. So he has the opportunity to take away the Gromp, and Unified and Kaiwing are actually going to try to push back out.
Now we'll have to see, as Wave is still slowly actually not crashing towards the tower of Talon bot lane just yet, so it might be a little bit too risky to try and make a play, make a dive, but we're talking about Ego here.
Well, Ego wants to try and jump in. There it is. The stun is on to Kaiwing. Flashes forward to try and get himself the kill, and they're able to get the damage going, and beautiful tower juggling coming out from Pal. Gets himself, but Ego goes down low himself. Unified is able to trade back a kill. It's 2 kills onto the Lee Sin for the one of Ezreal.
And look at topside, though. This is the expected play.
Well, Stark can actually get himself a quick combo here. Goes unstoppable, but River is going to be able to help pick up the kill as Hanvi was tanking the tower, and Renekton is going to get that gold. So not a bad start, at least for the top side of Talon. Bot side, though. Actually, in all honesty, I think Unified's happy at least getting a kill, considering the fact that Slater didn't get any gold other than the assist gold.
Yeah, that's true. The kills went over towards Ego all this time, but looking back at it again, there is a couple of threats. There is a huge threat still of having a fed Lee Sin, especially a player such as Ego. Meanwhile, though, this has been, the expected outcome as, Stark on an Ornn, you got Hanabi and River here on this really strong duo combo. And I suppose this will be rinse and repeat. Stark has to be careful.
But you're putting a lot of pressure now onto Ego. The fact that he was able to get that kill gold means he needs to continue visiting these lanes or trying to apply pressure onto River. That's always kind of the curse that comes with a Lee Sin pickup, is you always feel like he becomes less useful as the game goes, and he'll only be there for those kicks in the late game. So trying to accelerate his other lanes looks to be the objective here. But 3-2 here in Game 4, Flash with a slight gold lead.
Yeah, and the same thing goes for River. Eventually, if you can't take advantage of how strong early the Elise pick is when it comes to the laning phase, then eventually into the later parts, it'll just be a cocoon bot. And at this point, it's just a little bit of mirror when it comes to the jungle. Big difference, though, is definitely topside with Hanabi and the Renekton. We'll see whether or not Game 1 can be replicated. In the meantime, though, Flash already starting this dragon, and it has been the trend where Talon always gives up the first dragon in exchange of, farming a little bit more.
Yeah, unfortunately, no real Rift Herald also, because we're still pretty early on in the game. So nicely done here by Ego. He's able to go ahead and take the dragon for Talon. Like you mentioned, it's not out of the question to just go ahead, give that one up. Mid lane, we're also not going to see a whole lot of action. It's Candy versus Naul. It's Azir versus Corki. It's pretty much as farm heavy as you possibly can be, as both are just going to be playing kind of ping pong in the mid lane, just, clearing waves back and forth.
Yeah, this is, I gotta say, a little bit, I wouldn't say uncharacteristic, but it's so different from what we usually see, especially looking into the previous games that they had, like Flash constantly trying to make plays around the map, including, Gam is always practically everywhere. But at this point, sometimes you can try to match what Talon is quite comfortable with way back in the PCS, where it's kind of just quite farm, meet at Rift Herald, meet at Dragon, exchange objectives here and there, and when the spikes happen, especially for Slater and Naul, then that's the time they can press that go button.
Well, Hanabi, gotta be a little bit careful. You do see Ego just skirting around the outside of the vision line. Decided to go down the river himself. Let's see if he does a path all the way back up toward the top lane to try and go in onto Hanabi. Maybe just trying to see where River currently is. Well, does he know? River's actually on the top side of the map. The ward did just disappear. River is going to spot himself. Let's see whether or not Ego actually wants to path out. Both of these junglers just dancing with each other when it comes to the top side of the map.
Hanabi, not sure if he spotted that out, and it seems to me River will decide to go back first. I'm a little bit worried as, Pallet is rotating top.
Yeah, Interesting that River decided to just let that one go. Maybe they realized that, hey, the Braum isn't down bot lane. There's a possibility he has friends around the corner. So Talon aren't even going to be able to get the Rift Herald in exchange for the first dragon that was taken by Flash. And both neutrals will go in favor of the VCS squad.
I guess they were worried about, you know, the sets that could happen. If you do potentially combine with the Oran Horn, with the utility that Palette has joining into the fight, not very sure if that's gonna not gonna end well. It's gonna bode well for Hanabi and as well as River, and they'll be fine giving up the first Rift Herald.
Scuttle gets secured at least for Talon on the bot side of the map. Mid lane, we do start to see Candy build toward his Nashers. May also go into the Loons first because he does have that lost chapter. We'll see what he decides to do. Usually see Loons if you're trying to get a little bit more poke in lane. You could go into the Nashers if he just wants to be a little bit more of a threat for the team fights, if Talon are looking for that right into the mid game. And you're doing tier stacking at least on both sides. Naul just picked up his on his second back, as well as Unified already starting to work up his Muramana.
I wonder if there's going to be a play being made at mid lane, most especially, as I feel like that is going to be the most vulnerable lane. That is the most vulnerable to, you know, Lee Sin bicycle kicks, if you will. So I assume River is going to be ready for that. But based on the movements from Ego, he's hoping to see whether or not they can either catch someone off guard rotating over maybe placing a ward, or no.
Oh, Naul. He doesn't know. Over the wall he goes. He gets just shoved immediately into the cocoon. Tries to flash himself to safety. Gets over the wall. River actually doesn't use his flash until the very end. He'll be able to strike down and finish off the Corki. Almost the great escape for Naul.
And here I thought Ego was supposed to make a move on mid lane and perhaps take advantage of, but at the same time, quite unfortunate. There's not a lot of vision to work with to be a little bit more aggressive outside your lane, and you know, Talon is really good at taking advantage of these sorts of decisions.
Unfortunately there, they probably would have hoped to at least try and get that kill onto the Azir, but meanwhile bot side, True Shot Barrage also going to be coming out there. That was the teleport from Hanabi. He gets himself pretty far low, but in comes Stark. Call the Forge God finds the knock up onto Unified, but it looks like both members of Talon are going to be able to find themselves safety. River also pathing down. First brick gold did go in favor though of Flash's bot lane.
Nicely done. More gold for their win condition once more. Again, Slater has been one of those key players when it comes to, you know, winning the VCS championship, but at the same time, you've got Noel here on this Corki. So a little bit of weight can be shifted, and Noel can sort of pick up the pieces and help out when it comes to the team fights.
We see Talon. They decide, all right, we don't wish to give up the second dragon right away. Pings are coming out toward the top side of the map for Flash, but still more than a minute away before the Rift Herald is even available. It looks like they're just saying, all right, you know what? Let's try and get at least a push onto the top side of the map, get a couple more plates onto Slater, as Talon are going to be occupied with this dragon tank.
Now it's going to be a reset for them, which means a little bit too late when they want to do a rotation towards Rift Herald, maybe defend that area a little bit. But Teleport's going to be used. I'm afraid he might get doved upon.
Okay, Teleport coming out from both Unified and, you know, Candy, but unfortunately, I don't know if it's going to work out, but they do get themselves the Shurima Shuffle, and Candy finds himself a kill. It will be a trade 1-for-1. They do prevent at least 2 plates from going over, but one was still secured, and Slater gets himself a kill.
That was a very clean Shurima Shuffle. But yeah, it's in sacrifice of Unified's life, unfortunately. I feel like they wanted to make a very smart play, take advantage of Slater, but the problem was, it was Unified. The teleport timings was just unfortunate. It was Unified that dropped in first before the rest of the members followed through.
Yeah, unfortunately, maybe a little bit late there on the response from Candy, but nonetheless, it is a trade 1-for-1, but there was a turret plate, and Slater on this Aphelios is happy getting some gold, but similar as Candy on this Azir. Finally, he's actually been able to get himself the proper kill, not the assist gold, so that helped him kind of reach his next spike, which is going to be either just Nashers or Loons, depending on what he wants to go with.
Yeah, and I feel like that will be an immense threat later on as the game progresses, because for Flash, they also want to take this the long road, actually, and with that, they'll actually be online at the same time as Candy, which is going to be insanely scary. The same goes for Unified 2 on towards Ezreal, which can definitely poke a little bit better before Talon decides to go all in. They also have some form of sustain as well. So I feel like Flash should be, you know, really wanting to get ahead to transition well into the mid phases of the game. Getting a little bit sneaky.
In sneaky, unfortunately for Hanabi, that control ward's on the wrong side of the alcove. Was there for a flank, but nonetheless, Ego's just going to head on back to base. You see Talon trying to do the same thing themselves, actually. River and Candy alongside Kaiwing are hunting, just trying to push down that vision, maybe try and steal away the blue buff for themselves. Still unsure where Ego is, though, on the map as Slater goes back into the top lane after finishing off his Infinity Edge.
Yeah, and prepped and ready for the next Rift Herald to spawn, too. Everybody is pretty much going to be partying at top side, but at the same time, it will be 4v5. Therefore, you know, Hanabi not being available in this fight might be crucial. And meanwhile, for Flash, there's no main heavy engage, and you will most likely rely on Ego's kick or perhaps Palette's ult.
Well, Rift Herald has just spawned. Turkey is going to receive the blue buff. River's still hunting for a possible play. Cocoon comes out, not going to land though on Ego. It's just a little bit excited here. So unfortunately for Talon, their invade play does not pay off. They did at least get the scuttle on down and a lot of vision through the river, so they do have Rift Herald control, but still have to deal with the fact that Palette and Slater are still pushing in top.
But look at that. Hanabi decided to go buy items and reset and make their way towards Rift Herald, which means might be a very scary 5v5 as everybody else is converging over in the mid lane. Nashor is already completed, i.e., just as you mentioned, for Slater, already done. Black Cleaver, pretty good to have coming into the next fight as well, but Sunfire Cape adds a little bit of tankiness. Flash having the first
package is available for Naeul. 5 members of Flash in the river. Hanabi kind of wants to get close. You do have Unified also coming on over the wall, has the 2-shot barrage available and plenty of vision. Comes through the pit. You also have Candy looking for, again, the flank. They're able to at least get River to go up into his rappel. A lot being used here, a lot of disengage. There is going to be the root, though, and Palette has to flash away. Candy, though, finds himself the shuffle, but not able to find a target. Palette gets taken on down. Hanabi onto the back line is able to at least force some summoners blown. Slater, though, has remained untouched this entire fight, but now becomes the main focal point as now Hanabi is looking to track him on down. Stun is going to land, and that's the dead of Felios. And like you saw on the coach cam, Talon are able to find themselves 3 kills for 1.
Talon's going to be pretty happy about that. I mean, the Shurima shuffle was sort of denied because of all the flashes on Flash's side, but Slater was, you know, left to die at the backside of the map, and I was actually a little bit worried.
Oh, Hanabi, he holds on to the stun, forces out the Valkyrie instead. He gets himself a quick dive as Naeul just does not respect this Renekton, but Hanabi's already level 12. He's already got a Black Cleaver. He doesn't care.
Yeah, and 3-0-2 at the moment. But yeah, let's take a look at this fight again. Candy with a really, really nice position. Just in case Flash decides to retreat and go through the blue buff, he was ready to Shurima shuffle and just stop them in their tracks and just trap them in towards the pit. And with this, Slater was actually left alone. It was a 1v2 situation. He dealt with this pretty well and got a kill. Unfortunately, when Talon changed targets, Slater didn't have much room to auto attack.
Now, unfortunately, once you get in the eyes of Renekton, especially Hanabi's, he's just going to run you down until you die. And then Naeul, because he didn't have a flash here, he was mainly just trying to protect the tower as much as he could, but Hanabi at this point doesn't really care, and the fact that he has to stay underneath tower, he's just doomed.
Yeah, it's just one combo, basically, and a little bit of autos here and there, and Naeul, not exactly the best start here as the Corki, and that's also giving a couple of kills over to Hanabi, which is, again, going to be your biggest threat when it comes to the backline damage dealers such as Slater.
Look at this, though. Talon show 2 members down bot lane. Lots of pings coming out from Flash. Looks like they actually want to try and jump in onto this top lane, as that is going to be the Rift Herald popped. Hanabi does spot this out and realizing, all right, maybe not the smartest to stay around. It's going to be a trade of first-tier towers and top and bot.
This is a very familiar situation where the 20-minute mark, you've got you know, the tower, the second tier tower already down, but I think Hanabi will be there in time. I'm just worried about the dive. I see a pings here and there, so I suppose Talon see this coming.
Trying to realize that maybe something's going awry here. True Shot Barrage ends up coming on through. Hanabi is trying to soak up as much damage as possible. Ends up getting stunned, gets a lot of health back, and that is going to be the kill, actually, as they take down Slater. Candy and them join in onto the party. Unified, not able to at least dodge away from the Call of the Forge God. And that is enough to at least disengage, but River still on the hunt. Is going to be slowed down, though, by the Q of the Braum, and it looks like Talon cannot go for the chase as Flash disengage.
Good job by Hanabi, still managing to get an exchange kill off of that, and even saving the tower. And with that said, he survived long enough to manage to get a full, like a heal off of that and dash through, you know, Slater's death. And at this point, Flash decided to run away instead.
So 6-9. Gold still pretty even, nonetheless, as the additional tower at least taken by Flash. It's kind of at least equaled out a little bit of the goals, as well as the turret plates they got earlier on in the game. Candy now finishing off his Leandri's. Death Dance, though, online for Hanabi. Right now, it's Flash kind of waiting on Naeul to actually pick up his Trinity Force. That's when he's going to start being able to do some decent amount of damage on this Corki. It just feels like it's the waiting game if you're a Flash fan, waiting for the Aphelios, waiting for the Corki to come online, and then trying to look for these big team fights with the Ultimate Wombos coming out from Stark and Pallet.
And yeah, and just in case, you know, the Slater plan doesn't work out, you've got Naeul for additional damage on towards that Corki. And it works well, too. Unfortunately, you know, Murmana's still not stacked and, like, unified at the moment. So for now, for Talon, they will be painful, and even more painful with, just as you said earlier, with the Triforce completed, lacking one more of the item. And for Slater, though, working on towards his Runeans later on.
Find it interesting. There's a bit of a difference when it comes to the regional builds, though, as usually we see from Slater, always likes to go Iceborne in most situations, and then Bork as well as a Death Dance. Unify is like, no, I'm going Trinity Force. I'm going to be doing a heap of damage. I don't care what you build. I think my build's better, it seems, as they push in here onto mid. Lots of Mystic Shots starting to hit their mark.
I think most of the time where Slater builds the Gauntlet a little bit, rather than the Triforce, is definitely they're always behind. Therefore, wants to get that second item immediately. Also helps out with the kiting, landing the Mystic Shots, considering, again, most of the time he likes to play a little bit solo.
Naeul has package available. Doesn't want to go for the dive, it seems. Ego is looking for a flank, is spot out by a ward, though. And River is also nearby. We'll see. Unify ends up popping the ultimate.
No.
And Naeul cuts him off, tries to go for the big play, gets himself back to safety, though, with, of course, the Valkyrie. And Hanabi just jumps on in. The knockup, though, comes on through. Call the Forge God finds its mark, and they're able to disengage. River gets taken down. Talon can't trade back a kill.
You know what I'm smelling, Opal?
What are you smelling?
I think...
I have concerns
mean-
if you're smelling things right now. You should be. We're in game 4 here. Flash are fighting for their lives, but tell me, what do you got in mind?
No, it's starting to look like that trend again, where we talked about this before the game started. It's starting to look where Flash is in a comfy spot to take, you know, these wild, aggressive plays, and when they do have that confidence, it just might send Talon in such an unexpected position. They're caught off guard, and again, you know, Game 5 could be around the corner.
Well, lots of pings coming out here, as it would be the third dragon for Talon. We are on Cloud Rift. It just spawns Unified. A little bit awkward with his positioning. Wants to try and get aggressive there onto Naeul, and actually does proc the W. You see, River at least going to go ahead and claim the scuttle for himself. Ego is also down in the bot side of the River. Looks like Talon still want to try and get priority into that mid lane to try and take down that tower. Palad's just going to intercept it. Talon, though, get position back into the Dragon Pit.
And it's understandable why Unified was pretty much a little bit confident. You know, I've got the Yumi with the heals. I've got the Flash. I've got my Arcane Shift on. And I've got my Triforce. He just really wanted to poke a lot to have more space to take this dragon for free. And what does Flash take in exchange?
All right, Candy gotta be careful. Ego's nearby, trying to get away. Candy though, whoo, happy feet, able to get himself back to safety, and he gets the solo kill on Ego with the outplay.
Ooh, Candy must be really good about that one, and I feel like they're always anticipating Ego trying to make a play around the Raptors, around, you know, the sides of the walls, just to see if they can make a kick delivery, because they've seen it once already in the Machi match, and at this point, that was just absolutely beautiful, with Candy not even consuming his flash.
Yeah, Candy doesn't even have to burn. Let's take another look here. Ego is able to get the flank here, and this looks like a prime opportunity. You get a very good shutdown onto the Azir, but woo, he just dances around him. I love it.
I love it, and Ego is just forced to take a bunch of tower hits since he's been sandwiched between the first and the second tier, and now it's Talon feeling really good about that one, and with this said, on a poke, we'll see how Flash will deal with this one.
Oh, Forge God once again. River has to go golden. Candy does have the Emperor's Divide available if he wants to try and go for the disengage onto the fight. There is going to be the Inferno ultimate from the Moonlight Visual coming out from Slater. So it's just a disengage here being used by Flash. They're just trying to hold on to this mid lane tower. Once they lose this, a lot of the map opens up for Talon where they can try and move that vision line into the jungle once again. But you can see Siege coming on through. Braum, though, is able to intercept a decent amount of projectiles.
Yeah, beautiful timing on pallet shields on the Braum. Yeah, it's just basically hard to try and siege because there's a lot of options for wave clear in the form of Slater and as well as Noel. And therefore just had to concede and not risk any sort of other hard engage that could potentially lose their, footing for Talon. Considering, again, they've managed to try and outplay Ego as well. So that might take a, chink in his armor in terms of confidence, but we'll have to see as, 25-minute mark here, and there's still no clear winner.
And for Flash, that kind of works out in their favor. We kind of mentioned, Slater is that big win condition. If he's able to stay alive on this Aphelios, if Nail can do the same, they'll be pretty happy. You can also see ornaments are coming online now. You do have the 2 upgrades on Stark himself, and also you can go into that Molten Edge for Slater to help him get some extra damage, or even the, Black Cleaver possibly too upgraded for Ego if you really wanted to.
Yeah, there's a lot of value being taken from, or rather on towards this Ornn pick as the game progresses with all the upgrades and such. For Talon, they do have Candy, eventually also scaling into such a scary monster. But at this point, it's all about Talon getting control over the side wave so they can take advantage a little bit more when it comes to sieging. And that's going to be mission accomplished. That's, just as you mentioned, more room to work with, especially in the next few minutes.
Let's see here. Now the Yuumi alongside a River for a little bit. It kind of feels like both of these junglers are starting to get into that unfortunate situation where Lee Sin is a kick bot and then River is a cocoon bot. One of them is going to have to land at some point. Unify getting a little bit too close to the action. That's what they call the Forge God, also used by Stark. Gets rooted. True Shot Barrage also cuts on through. River's able to get a decent amount of damage alongside Candy as Stark goes down to about half health. Hanabi was looking for the play. Corki forced to use the package defensively. And actually for Talon, that's a great cooldown to get rid of.
There's still the Aphelios ult. There is still the kick. But the Ornn Horn will be your main engage.
That
wow,
is the Baron, and you have to respect that Candy is an Azir. He can rip apart this. Flash kind of realized, oh, we're a little bit late to the party. That's already too late. Hanabi over the wall, and the Baron is going to be secured. Ego tries to at least equal on back. Call of the Forge God does not find its target, as now Stark has to back off because it was already used. Moonlight Visual also wants to be procced. Flash at least trying to find something. Slater is still very healthy. Stark flashing up forward, finds the knock up onto Candy. Candy gets himself back to safety. True Shot Barrage able to cut on back. Ooh, Slater going a little too big deep. Ends up getting the kill though because of the Runads. Unified over the wall. Ends up taking it back. Candy wants to jump in onto the backside. It is going to be Naul though picking up a kill. And in the end, it is going to be 4 members of Flash. A triple kill for Unified and Baron for Talon.
Are they still going? Do they want to pursue Naul here? But this is such a massive decision from Talon. It was risky. We've sort of, you know, spoke out about Talon's risky Baron plays, but this time around it worked out well because Flash is unable to, you know, feel the waters and, you know, get there in time.
And you can see there on the picture-in-picture that is also going to be Talon at least securing what appears to be the Cloud Soul as well. And I'll give it to Slater. He tried his best to clean this up. If he was in auto attack of Candy, this could have been a different story. This could have been a wiped side of Talon. It was only Nayul that was actually able to get some damage back onto Hanabi. So now Cloud Soul secured for Talon. They get themselves also 30% cooldown reduction on the ultimates because of the stack, as well as the movement speed and Baron buff for the next minute and a half.
It was so difficult to watch, considering that you saw Unified being chunked to 1/4 HP, only to see it be back in full because of Kaiwing's healing on the Yuumi. And I think there's not a lot of good answers when it comes to like anti-healing on towards Unified at the moment, or rather towards Yuumi at the moment, because usually in the previous games when there was an enemy Yuumi, you see early game executioners, but I don't see it at the moment, and therefore just focusing on the raw damage, which is understandable because you saw how much damage Slater has inflicted to the team. It's just not enough.
That Unified can do to these towers. Again, he just presses forward. He's also finished off his death stance, so that Ezreal has a little bit more survivability. Even though he is lacking that Iceborne Gauntlet. Ego just tagging the minion, wanted to maybe look for a play. Gotta mention though, Molten Edge has been now completed for Slater, as Stark did upgrade that, but Talon are not relenting when it comes to this split push, as Hanabi has just been in the side lane non-stop. Unified rooms on over. That's another tower taken here by Talon as they open it up to a 5,000 gold lead.
30 seconds on the clock for this Baron. They're still continuing with the siege, just as you said. With Unified just gonna dive in and getting, you know, that proc on towards the tower. There's also, you know, Azir just trying to shred towards towers, as that's another tower falling down for Flash.
And this siege, it's pretty heavy on the side of Talon. If they're able to find this inhibitor, I'd say it's mission accomplished, and it'll be just that. Baron buff will time out, and it's going to be a 4,600 Baron buff power play completed there by Talon. A great pickup, as well as now putting a lot of pressure on Flash. As now lots of pings coming up toward the top lane. Hanabi wants to just apply split lane pressure. Has teleport available, and we're going to have Elder Drake now in 3.5 minutes.
Yeah, that's maximum value over towards Baron. There's only, even Candy is still knocking towards this tower. Already ready the soldiers to escape. But that's going to be mission accomplished. There's no answer from Flash because they are unable to transition Nayul into, you know, that quirky powerhouse. Oh no, the stopwatch.
Oh boy.
No.
Oh,
that's
boy.
important.
That's an oops right there. We want to look at that. Second game, stage nerves. You know, solar wind, something like that. Either way, maybe that is, maybe that's some of the mental starting to seep through on the side of Flash. Maybe the players are kind of at the point where they're like, you know what, we're starting to fall a little bit behind here. Maybe we're just going to end up losing this. Maybe we can't take it back to a game 5. Who knows? But there's still opportunity. There is still this win condition of Slater picking up massive damage during a fight and finding an opportunity. Talon wanted to, but it looks like they actually just want to give that back on over to Unified. I was kind of confused if they wanted to look for a play immediately. So blue buff onto Unified. Talon just get full control of the river once again.
Yeah, and the best part is when, by the time, you know, the Elder Drake comes, it's just perfect timing too. There's not a lot of threat for topside for this Baron. Ego, I'm worried about you.
Gets himself back to safety, able to safeguard over to control ward. Still though, Talon just setting up a pick anywhere in the jungle. Because remember, if Flash gets taken down, that opens up the opportunity for possibly a Baron if it spawns within the next 2 minutes. Elder Drake is also coming up shortly, so the reset time is kind of weighing in a bit close. Candy also looking for possibly a play, and even with the shield up, they still do decent damage on the Talon and Slater. They continue to press forward as it looks like Flash just don't have any answer to this siege from Talon.
Yeah, if they stand too close to try to clear the minions despite having such decent range, especially in the form of Nayul, Talon is insanely low.
And now the issue has become, Can Flash hold on to their base? They're looking at possibly losing this final inhibitor tower. Call it the Culture God. Does actually land in onto Unified. Neo goes very deep into the back line. Hanabi wants to press forward into the counter re-engage. Slater has to back off as Hanabi was flashing toward him on the Renekton. Tower still stands, but for how long? As Candy just wants to press forward. Unified will take it, and that's out every tower except for the Nexus exposed now on the side of Flash.
Unified, very, very brave, as long as Kaiwing is on his side as the Yumi. Arkin shifting forward with the additional burst. But with that said, that's 50 seconds on the clock for Elder, and now they're rushing towards Baron for, that additional pushing power to ensure their victory.
And they absolutely ripped this apart. It's up to Flash here to try and take this. We saw, even without the Baron buff, they are able to siege in, and there you go. Talon secure it once more. 39 seconds on the Elder. You see Flash is just trying to run back, but even then, still the amount of damage coming out from Unified forces Flash to have to back off. Ego's trying to do his Raptors, but this is not the time, because guess what? You got Nexus Towers being bonked on by super minions, and now Elder Drake reset coming through for Talon.
And the Nexus Tower almost falls down. Good thing that, Flash is able to go back and clear the wave in time. But because of so many super minions just knocking on Flash's base, they have no room to actually try and contest this. And if they take too much time dancing around the pit, eventually the base will fall because of the wave.
And Stark can't even get close enough at the moment. They still see the Elder Drake now being taken. Ego needs to find the steal of his career, and it's only his second game. Talon, though, ease off, trying to force Flash to have to make a decision, because guess what? Super Minions crashing in through the top lane. Flash need to make the call. Unified's going for the base. It doesn't even matter. He isn't able to stop it. Sure, Flash is able to. No, they can't. River steals back the Elder Soul, and unfortunately now, Flash is running. Naeul's able to get the teleport off in time, but Hanabi's looking for the executes. Pally gets taken on down. Unified's in the base, and he also takes down the tower, and Unified claims victory as Talon are your mid-season Showdown champions.
What a way to finish the game, and actually getting that teleport in to remove the Nexus while the rest of Flash is just insanely distracted because of the Elder take. My oh my, imagine that. PCS champions and now mid-season Showdown champions.
There you go. On the side of Talon, they were... It was looking a little bit shaky during that one game they dropped to Flash, but the last two games they came out and closed it, and they played even more of the PCS slow style that Flash they tried to match, but they just weren't able to.
Yeah, they were, as long as the opportunity is presented, and they just definitely focused on trying to dive Stark in at his weakest point as the Ornn. So it worked out in their favor. Unfortunately, we saw a little bit of sneaky plays from Ego, but it is not enough. Talon was basically everywhere, and Candy has been getting early game kills from, attempted tower dives from Flash.
And it kind of reminded me with how Flash got their victory. You saw Talon there, they still felt confident enough to fight, but once they saw that Slater wasn't even nearby, no one was in the base, you had supers crashing in because it's double because all the inhibitors were taken down. It reminds me of the call that Machi tried to make against their series of Flash, where they pulled 3 teleports in the base to try and just end it. This time, though, it paid off for Talon.
Yeah, Talon had, a lot of room to work with. We can keep trying to reset Elder because we know that 3 waves are just going to be crashing down towards your base, and you'll be pressured to keep staying around. And it was definitely worth it. Talon just played such a confident game, and, based from their draft too, it's like, definitely all according to plan.
Yeah, so congratulations over to Talon as well as the PCS as a whole, as they get to become the mid-season Showdown kings over the VCS. Got to, though, give commendable, respect over there to the VCS squads. Flash was able to make it into the final, and as well as take a game off Talon. That's always a plus, I think, in the eyes of the VCS. That is still, an emerging region. They only just got their 2nd world seed, so they're still, building up that strength. And we'll still get to see these teams and how they perform on the international stage come the World Championship.
Yeah, but you know what? The score has finally been settled in the form of the mid-season showdown. I mean, back at Worlds, it was, I believe, J-Team versus Scam in the round robin. It was 1-1. And now that we finally see them back together in a BO5 setting after so long, we finally see, you know, the former LMS squad reigning supreme.
Yeah, I think. No, and you say former LMS squad. Talon, this is a benefit for them. Talon themselves, they have only just joined in to the PCS as an organization. This is their first foray into League of Legends. You can see the coaching staff there plenty happy as they're able to take it there. We'll take a look at some of the highlights, though, from that Game 4 that sealed the deal for Talon.
Basically, for Flash, unfortunately, the way that they transitioned towards, you know, mid-game to late wasn't the best, considering that they had to also rely on Naul for dealing, you know, additional damage, as Slater will definitely not be enough, considering that you had to deal with Candy, so you had to match that firepower. This part, though, could have been better for Slater, but then, you know, because of Candy's play separating people from the fight, it was just beautiful to watch.
And there's so many opportunities, but I think
This one.
once that happens as Ego, I think that's when your mental just kind of goes out the window. You literally had your ankles broken by Candy as he was able to dance back, and there was also such gutsy, such on-point calls coming out from Talon, like this Baron call to just rush it down, knowing that they have an Azir. And there was still that hint of those risky calls coming back to bite them, as Slater, if he was only a couple more units forward, could have turned around this game right here at this fight if he got in range of Candy.
And I think after this fight, I don't think there was any sort of enough innate anti-healing or any sort of anti-healing in play. When it definitely wasn't enough, as we saw Unified being full HP after the rest of the match.
And there we go. It's going to be MVP going on over to Candy on his Azir. So congratulations to him and his performance for Talon Esports as they're able to close out our grand final. And I get very hopeful now, kind of looking toward PCS summer as this team continues to, I believe, grow, because they even saw flaws here that they were able to adjust on the fly when it came to their series, which was great to see. Though I think they also have to kind of look back at the drawing board and be like, all right, Unified Kaiwing, what's going on during the lane phase? I have to ask, are you guys doing okay? Are you guys all right? Because you keep kind of losing out at level 1, level 2. You keep getting caught off guard. But that's all improvement for summer, and you know, Machi and Talon, they were the top 2 when it came to spring. They could possibly be the representatives for the PCS come the World Championship, and same over to the VCS. Team Flash still has an opportunity to prove themselves, as I do believe we do have a
那当然有几
interview
个访问的问题要
with
下
one
面
of
来
the
讨论。
players.
首先
I
第一
do
个问
hear
题
that
是，
audio.
第二场的时候 Team
So
Flash
we'll be
其实
jumping
拿
on
出了这个
over
龙
to
女，
them
它是
with
比较特
Patty,
别的
our
角色，并且
translator,
造成比
to
较
help
大
bring
的
you
一个
guys
威
the
胁。那
interview
你
with
认为
Patty.
VCS 的选角跟 PCS 最大的不同点在哪里？在这4天的赛程，你有什么样的一个感觉呢？
So during the second match, they chose Shyvana as their jungler, and it gave you guys a lot of pressure. What do you think is the biggest difference in terms of ban pick when it comes to 2 different regions?
首先我觉得 BCS 的选角就是比较特别，在我们 PCS 是看不到，然后显得非常有进攻性，而且就是大家也都会选择来发育的英雄，然后在团战发挥很大的用处。
So I think they're very special when it comes to ban pick, and they choose very aggressive junglers, and it helps them out with team fights if the jungler it farms a lot during the mid game.
好，那第二个问题，其实 Team Flay 这几场 BP 以及游戏都比较针对你，在第三场的时候，你拿出了你算是比较许久未见的凯能。那你自己对于这样面对这些比较针对性角色的状况，你有什么策略吗？
So they've been focusing on their ban pick from you. So even in the third game, they even chose Cannon against you, which they haven't been using for quite a while. So how do you come back from these kind of very personalized ban pick choices?
他们第2场开始就开始针对我，所以我是觉得我可能要选个不要打那么激进，然后可能要把在团战影响大的英雄，所以我就选择凯能。
Oh, so I chose Cannon because in the third match because I feel like I need a champion that helps my team in the team fights.
好，那接下来的问题是，当然你们也走了这么多天的一个赛程，最终塔隆拿下了冠军。那你觉得这包含你的5位选手，你觉得这一次的季后赛谁表现的最好呢？
So in your team, who do you think is in the best condition in this entire tournament?
我觉得是 River 吧，他在心态跟就是在打野的对位都赢很多，所以我觉得他是 MVP。
I think the MVP in this tournament from our team is River because he's been a really good jungler so far.
那当然 River 表现非常好嘛。那最后我想问你一个问题，就你们拿下了比赛，那当然有蛮多支持你们的粉丝，台湾粉丝，那你有什么话想跟他们说呢？
So congratulations for winning the first place in this tournament. So what do you have to say to your fans?
就我觉得我们今天还打得不好吧，这样可能还没办法进世界赛8强，所以我们会想办法再进步，就想办法在世界赛拿8强。就是不过首先还是要先拿世界赛冠军。
So I think we have to improve more if we want to win some, get into the first 8 in the world. So we still have a lot to work on.
好的，非常谢谢哈娜比，也非常谢谢翻译的姐姐为我们带来这次的赛后访问了。那当然，最终也是再次恭喜塔隆。
As thank you, Patty, for the translation. You always saw Hanabi there himself, pretty humble. They said, yeah, we got some stuff to work on. Obviously, there's some things we want to try and fix up ahead of Worlds if we're able to qualify.
Yeah, and I really love the fact that, he gave the MVP, his personal MVP to River, which is absolutely, he did super duper well. And, as, big PCS fan, insanely proud.
Yeah, we have River with an asterisk. That game 2 Trundle, we'll kind of forget about that.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
it
the one thing.
It depends on the picks then.
It depends on the picks, depends on the style. We either get MVP River or we get Trundle River. Hopefully for Talon in the future, they can get a little bit more of that MVP River. And I think the team will be at least happy that they're able to take home, obviously, the crown here. You get to hold some bragging rights when it comes to the region v region rivalry, considering they're now both 2-seed regions when it comes to the World Championship. And also the throwback, of course, what these two regions used to play with each other back when it was the GPL, and it's a nice little come-round, full-circle reunion for these two regions.
Yeah, considering, again, it was always a tough matchup for, the VCS in particular whenever they came against the LMS squads. And again, their win was, I think, 6 years ago. And it was definitely a tough next few splits for them, for sure.
Yeah, so that does about us now when it comes to the broadcast. But of course, if you guys enjoyed the broadcast, be sure to go, of course, follow on the page you guys are either watching, whether that is on Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, wherever you guys are currently watching. Be sure to follow the pages so you guys can keep up to date with the PCS. As you guys saw from some of the in-game graphics, our summer split starts in only about 2 weeks. It's going to be June 13th. That's Saturday. That's the kickoff for week 1, day 1. We are going to be doing 2 days a week, and then I think it's 8 weeks of round robin, possibly 9. I'd have to double check, but then we go straight back into playoffs, double elimination as well. We'll hopefully be able to see which 2 teams are going to be representing the region when it comes to the world stage, of course, with the World Championship. From myself and the rest of the caster team, such as Riku, Ibriz, and Docta, as well as the production team over in Taipei, thank you guys for tuning in to the mid-season showdown, and we'll see you all come summer.